Clobberin' time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's clobberin' time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clobberers, clobberonimos, clobberooskies, clobberoids, clobberians, clobologists, and to all that clob in some way or some manner, some way, straight matter, for me, blah, blah, God, I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore because I'm clobbering myself, but I will say this, bang the rocks together, guys. Clobberonimo! Yeah, well done. I wish I could say it like that.
Which one? Or Clobberonimo?
Both.
Okay.
I wish I could say them both like that. Look who's here.
I made it.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yeah, right on time, Scooby-Doo.
Well, we have figured totally boomered it as per usual. So I started my stream, but I forgot to go live. So at least I was like, wow, I got the audio working and everything. And
there you go.
Yeah,
you got it done. That's
I had the flu though. So I got that's my excuse. I'm sticking with it. But hail to everyone in the chat and thanks to everyone from the watch party. And when it worked, I had it set up to come right over to this stream on YouTube, which is pretty cool. That's a feature they have where you can when this one stream ends, you can head to another one. So that actually worked, which is
well. There you
Never
go.
Cross the streams, Mark. Never cross the streams.
Hey there, my friends out there. Welcome to Clobby's Clubhouse on Clobberin' Times, issue number 435 on YouTube. Number 1,435 overall. What a weird start I got. But hey, this is Clobby's Clubhouse number 119 with the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, Raquel Briggs, and the commander of Raquel, I should say, Armin Briggs, the great Mark D with a C, the chief engineer. And tonight, so much stuff lined up for you. Blake 7 review, Blake 7 season 1 overview, a Star Trek comic review, and who knows what else. But before we get started with my show notes and my shout outs and all that good stuff, we will give the floor to the most extraordinary first officer in the fleet so she could give us her opening words. Number one, I love you. It's always good to see you here. Thank you for being here.
Hello, best friend. I love you. Good to see you.
Take the helm. Yes, indeed.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. And good evening, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. It's good to see you all. I hope you were all over at Mark's watch party. Hail to the chat. I love you all. Welcome to Clobberin' Times. This is a show on the Clobberin' Times channel called Clobby's Clubhouse. And tonight we're going to be talking about Blake 7. We're also going to be talking about a marvelous Star Trek comic book that the boss is teaching me about. It's called Star Trek Untold Voyages. And who knows, I might even make fun of Will Wheaton for his little outburst on social media today.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, we got it.
Get an award?
But Pardon?
No,
I
no.
thought he got an award.
Get out of
Oh.
here.
No, I'm sure they included him in the award ceremonies or whatever. We'll talk
right.
later, but yeah, sorry.
We'll
Sorry to
talk about
interrupt.
that
Yeah.
later, but he got an award, all right, in regard to what I'm speaking of. Good evening, like I said, everyone, and hail to all of the wrenches. Thank you so much. I want to give a special shout out to some wonderful people who are always out on social media promoting my friend's virtual comic book shop, and that's what we like to think of Clobberin Times as being our virtual comic book shop, owned by the great Mike Clobby Alonso. And these special friends are out on social media, always talking about Mike, always talking about this show and about this channel, and trying to build it up as much as possible. And they don't have to do that. We don't ask them to do that. They have their own lives and their own talents. So it's pretty extraordinary. So I just want to thank Lord Thoth, Larry, Chris Persia, Gwagnar, and Princess Fiona. Thank you for doing all that you do out on your social media to promote my friend. I love you so much. I want to wave hello to everyone who's following us on X. So last week's Clubhouse, or not Clubhouse. Well, yeah, the Clubhouse is pretty close too. But last week's Star Trek show is now over 400. And by a long shot, it's like at 450 due to the folks on X, which is a separate way of watching this program. So, and the last week's Clubhouse isn't far behind. So, hello to everyone on X. Thank you so much for joining us here. And don't forget to stop by YouTube and watch Clubby shows on YouTube. And then that way he gets the metrics for it. So please don't forget about that. I also want to wave hello to all of our lurkers. We have a huge international audience here. As I said, 2, 3, sometimes more than 400 people here. And they can't all be in the chat at the same time, though I know they want to be. People out there like Dr. Mew, people out there like folks who have been with us since the beginning and who are loyal to us, and they're watching later and they're finding other ways to watch. And I just want to say how much I appreciate all of them. And certainly the lurkers too. Thank you for joining us at work. Thanks for turning us on in the car. Thanks for, having us playing in the background while you're gardening or while you're cleaning the house. We appreciate it so much. You don't have to participate in the chat. That's okay. We'll do all the talking for you. Are you a member here yet? Do you know that membership has its privileges? You can hang out with Clobby, who is a subject matter expert in all things comic book on a professional level. I used to own a comic book shop, and I need to say that, although that's the running joke, because it's really important for people to know that Clobby doesn't just read comic books. That's it. Agony booth, you go. He doesn't just read comic books, okay? This is somebody who understands. He has advanced knowledge about publishing, ordering, fielding comics, selling them. He has intimate knowledge of the artists. So he's really super fun to hang out with. And we also have ridiculous emojis. I thought I was the only one making emojis around here until I found my own head in the chat, brought to you by Mark. So Mark and I together are furnishing you with the most ridiculous emojis on the internet. If you're not ready for a membership, but you have a great time tonight, please don't forget to clobber the like button. And if you really have a great time, please share this stream. And don't forget to hit the sub bell or sub button and the notification bell. Then you'll know when Clobby's on. Folks, I am a communications and technology scholar, and I write science fiction, not activism. I'm not an activist, and I don't write activism. I just write about classic episodic science fiction. And my stuff's on sale. It's on sale at Barnes & Noble, and it's also on sale at Amazon. And I have a new book coming out, and there are some beautiful people out there who are getting my book over the finish line. It's very, very 1800s, but I actually have patrons, and these are marvelous human beings. Many of them are very involved in the creator and maker communities on the internet, and they're the ones bringing these books and these comic books and this art and these singers and these performers and these content creators. They're the ones bringing those folks to the forefront. And so they're backing my book and making my public appearances possible, making editing possible, making all of this stuff possible. So I want to shout them out. I love them. And it's important to say that and do that, although it takes a bit of time. You want to know why? Because I'm nothing without these people. I've sold about a little over 300 copies of my book. And that's because of these people. I love them very much, and I will never be able to fully express my gratitude to them. So I'm going to shout them out. Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shoota, Gwagnar, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K and his trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Jeff Wyatt, Rod Thunderheart, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dadman and the Dadman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. Don't forget to chuck some cheese in the chat for the pepperonis. Rob Altis, Tyler, and my buddy Mazarus. Thank you so much for backing my work. If you want to try my stories, folks, and you're not sure if you think I'm a good author or you're not sure if they're up your alley, you can buy them for 99 cents. Give them a try, see what you think, and then buy my book. I could sure use your support. And now, with all of those thank yous to all of those amazing people out of the way, I want to wave to Mark and say, let's have a great show. You are the greatest chief engineer, and I love you. And I also want to lean over the desk and smooch Clobby's face and say, hello, best friend. Let's have a great time tonight talking about Blake 7, Star Trek, and, of course, making fun of Will Wheaton. Love you all. Mwah!
Three of my favorite pastimes.
What did Will do now? I totally missed that.
We'll get there. We got stuff to do first.
Well, I know, but yeah, no.
Good Lord.
I'm just saying rhetorically. I'll find out later. I gots to know.
I gots to know. Well, my dear friends, it's so good to see you all tonight. So a few show notes, then shout outs, shall we? Let's do that. Let's see here. It is Thursday night, right? Okay, so thanks, of course, to the great Tom with Midnight's Edge having me over there tonight. As always, it's a pleasure to be there with a bunch of great folks. It was fun streaming with them. Tomorrow on the great J-Man's channel, my buddy J-Man, and wrong one. My buddy J-Man and I on Fearless Fridays, as we call them, continuing our ongoing mission, J-Man and Sean and myself, of reviewing Frank Miller, the great Frank Miller's classic seminal Daredevil run, the run that changed comics. That is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, again, on J-Man's channel. If you've not read Frank Miller's Daredevil, or even especially if you have, you really want to check this out. It's a lot of fun if you're a comics fan. Then a little bit later on the great Nick Weiser's 32 Flavors of, that is, channel, I'll be hanging out with Nick and the Friday Night Comic Shop Boys. Comic Shop Talk Boys, that is. We review comics. We talk various bits of comics here and there, and we basically just sit back and have a good time geeking out about them. And it is a lot of fun with those young fellers over there. And then, of course, Saturday night, we'll be right back here. Same track time, 9 p.m. Eastern. Standard, 9 Central Eastern Standard, 10 Eastern. Whatever. Oh, God, it's one of those nights, folks. It's been a long day. 9 Central. And same Clobby channel. 4 more episodes, this time starting season 5 of Star Trek Voyager. Voyager.
Dun, 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 dun.
Your favorite. Wow. And then Sunday night, sometime after the Super Bowl, I think Mark will have his Sunday night geekery. If so, it might be a little
Different
bit later
time.
than usual.
Yeah,
maybe
Michael later.
Maybe 11 Eastern. Yeah.
Yep.
But if he does, I will be there hanging with him. And you can bet there'll be some eatery that night.
For sure, yeah. After the Taylor Swift ball is over.
After the Taylor Swift buff is over. Then, Monday night, instead of being on J-Man's channel, as I am 3 Mondays out of the month, it's the B Monday of the month. It's the second, so it'll be Earth B time. Earth B for Bob Haney. J-Man joins me on my channel right here at a special time, 6 p.m. Central, as we visit Earth B, the wackiest comic book writer of all time, Bob Haney, and his, wow, we got a wacky one this week since it is Superman month. We thought we would do one, not a Brave and the Bold this time. It would be a Superman, a World's Finest issue, actually. So looking forward to that as always, hanging with my buddy J-Man. It's always a lot of fun. And then later, for my regular 9 o'clock show, my buddy Carlos of Comic Mania, Mexican comic book show, will be joining me to review one of the greatest Superman stories of them all. Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons' masterpiece, for the man who has everything, from Superman Annual number 11. We've been meaning to review this. We were going to do it last year, so he couldn't make it, didn't get a chance. Hopefully we'll get that done. And then Wednesday night, of course, Tuesdays I'm always at a Tom's stream, but Wednesday night, our old buddy, the music maestro himself, Max Redstone, will join me. And we will, because he's wanted to have this argument for a long time, we will talk about Superman 2, a movie I despise that he loves, the Lester cut and maybe even the Donner cut. So, Maxie, get ready. Buckle up. You called for it, boy, and you're going to get it. You called down the thunder, and now you got it. So that's what's going on in the future on Clobbering Times here in Superman Month. Superman Month. Now, shout-outs. I'm going to shout out our wrenches. Whether they're here or not, the great Eric K., the Bronze Wrencher. The great Vindicator Wrench of the Great White North, Chris Pleasure.
Love you.
You're the man, Chris. D-Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. That's weird. Lord Thoth. All right, buddy, the God of the Wrenches. Avon lives. Long live the Legion. Shout out to the lovely lady Thoth. The great aforementioned J-Man, partner in crime on Earth, B, Legionnaire reviewer extraordinaire, my all-time great pal with a great channel and an author, as Raquel likes to point out.
He does. He writes horror.
He does. He's a horrible person. The kid is a great guy.
And he's not like one of those guys who's like, I'm a writer, and he just writes like that. Like his wife is like, she's an award-winning poet here in Canada. So I can just imagine the kind of critiques she must give him as he writes his stuff. So, I mean, he's going through the rigors of a university-educated, award-winning poet. And so I can imagine that's a pretty tough editing on Jay. Anyway, he's very intelligent and very kind and just a beautiful person. So is his wife. So just a very nice couple. So I hope people will, if you like horror, I hate horror, but if you like horror, you need to go follow Jason and give him some props.
Maddie's daddy, Peter Wrench beyond here. Stephen Callell, the Super Wrench. The rascally wrench himself, Fanty Outsidery. Master of the Cluboni, Hungry Boy. Clobbering Times' own music meister. And our own buddy Triple Bullwinkle, Larry.
Larry, love Larry.
And now I'm going to move my chat back, see who's all here with us tonight, and shout you all out, because that's how we roll up in here, especially on the Clubhouse. But we do it every night, really, is it's about you. So we'd like to get you all shouted out because we love you and we appreciate you being here. First of all, to the lurkers, as number one had mentioned, we thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here. And thank you. And if you're watching on a download or a rewatch, or you want to call it, thank you as well. Again, can I tell you how much we appreciate it? Please hit that like button and that sub button, but only if you feel like it. You're no obligation. We're just glad you're here. Outdoor Gamer.
Just do it.
What she said. Outdoor Gamer. Brand new here. I've not seen you before. Welcome here. You said it's the first time here. So awesome. It is honored to have you. Thank you for popping in, Outdoor Gamer. And I hope you will hang with us and get to know us. We have a great chat here, a great friendship, fellowship here. We have a lot of fun here on this channel, hanging out every night when again, Monday nights, comics, Wednesday nights, anything goes, depending on if we don't do a topic. Tonight is we have certain things we do in the Clubhouse, and Saturday nights are about Star Trek. And we just, an amazing fellowship here. So, we encourage you to give it a shot and hope you'll enjoy it and make friends. FKHC 2005, buddy. Fairfax. Let's see. Putin's Cat. Hey there. Thank you for following. Oh, before I continue, DJ Play Nice became a member. Thank you. DJ Play Nice, shout out to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That thing jumped on me. Hang on. Dang it. All right. Penny says Koof is okay. Well, good night, Penny. If she's probably too late.
No, it's okay. I let her know. I was in the chat and I went over and I wished her well. I told her to go and sleep sweet. I feel bad for her. She's really sick. All right. A lot of folks
feel
are.
better,
so
Penny.
We're sending hugs to Penny.
Hugs,
I'm getting
pennies.
over I guess I had the flu. I'm getting over that still, but yeah, everyone's getting sick. So I hope everyone out there is feeling better.
Hugs to Penny. Do you want me to send you a hug too, Mark?
Yeah, I could use a hug about
No,
that.
don't hug Mark.
Everyone, I'm sending Mark a hug, but in a very manly way.
Yes, a manly hug.
Don't hug Mark. You're gonna get sick. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that's true. I don't want to get sick. Never mind. Stay away from me, you sicko.
He has cooties right now. So do I.
Yeah, keep your cooties to yourself. Just kidding. No, I'm glad you're feeling better, brother. Michael Binkham, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. He says, Raquel, comic shops. I remember the day I was able to repay my own comic shop, comic vendor, that is, by bringing Ray Harryhausen, Forrest Ackerman, and Greg Bear into his shop. Holy crap.
That's
the look
incredible.
on his face, Price says, oh my God.
Michael, you have such an amazing life. And
wow.
And I hope that people realize that when you say these things and share these things, that they actually happened. And I know this to be true. Of course, because you shared some photos with me of the inside of your house, including like you have like a man-size creature from the Black Lagoon. And I don't know what your connections are, and I don't want to blow your cover, but like your real life is so cool. I love like your book club and the people who you hang out with and all of these connections that you have and all these things, you know. I just think you are such an interesting person. I also want to thank you for your comments on my Patreon. I'm getting lots of messages, so maybe I should just clear that up because people are kind of freaking out. Don't freak out. But I really appreciate what you said to me on my Patreon. Okay, so folks, let me just get this addressed because I'm receiving a whole bunch of messages on Twitter and people are inundating me now that the show has started. I have 21 publications that are open to the public. And last week, I released a story called Happily Ever After. And it's not typically a short story. Many of you know I write flash fiction, short stories, novelettes, and novellas. So I wrote a novelette called Happily Ever After. And Amazon put it in jail. And I don't know why, because it doesn't have anything bad in it. I'm not sure if it's just because they didn't like the overall message or what's going on with it. But I want to assure everyone, because now everyone is asking me how they're going to be able to get this novelette.
So they got pulled from Amazon then, or
they wouldn't publish it. So typically, because I've published with them so many times, and because I've won so many like number ones and best releases, and I've been on the bestseller list so many times, they usually like let me through right away. Like I'm like up immediately. Well, it's been 8 days, seven days. So I put it in on the 1st. It's February 8th. So I guess 8 days, because they're not going to clear it today, right? So it's been 8 days that they've been holding on to it. And I got a hold of them and they said they're reviewing it and they're going to get back to me, which is kind of scary to me because this has never happened. You know, I'm a scholar. I'm not somebody who's like putting out smut, and there's nothing weird or different that in this story than there is in any of the others. So I'm not quite sure I understand what's happening, but I am disappointed. Now, here's the thing. There are people asking me, how can I get a hold of a copy of Happily Ever After? You can get a hold of a digital copy of Happily Ever After on my Patreon, but you have to be at the $4.99 American to be able to read them. And the only reason being is I don't want someone to go into my Patreon and download a whole bunch of stories and for $1. That's not very fair. So you have to be at the $4.99 level. And other than that, I might have to go to Barnes & Noble. I might have to go to Barnes & Noble to publish this story if Amazon won't publish it. And there's literally nothing controversial in it at all. Nothing at all. It is a discussion about how, now I don't want to tell too much about the story, but it's a discussion about how people are abusing the dating, the techno dating aspects of our lives in the future and in this possible world, in this heterocosmica. So I'm not quite sure, because there is no sex in it. There is no romance in it. You guys all know that I don't talk about stuff like that. I talk about science fiction. So it is very concerning. So I'm getting all of your messages, and I'm sorry to derail Clobby, but wow, this is a lot of messages.
That's the thing, because I like reading them on the Kindle, so they won't be on Kindle. Yeah.
Yeah. So people, please don't be upset. I promise I will get this into your hands, especially those of you who are saying, I collect banned stories. Why did they ban this? I want a copy of this. If Amazon doesn't get it out by this week coming up, then I will be taking it to Barnes & Noble. It absolutely contains no objectionable content whatsoever. Yeah. So this would be some sort of very bizarre level of censorship that should not even be occurring.
That is crazy.
Hopefully it's just a glitch in the matrix and it'll be up.
I hope it is. I hope it is. But thank you all for your messages, especially Michael Beacom and all of you who have rallied around me. I love you very much. And thank you for your gorgeous messages. I love you so much. And now I'm going to very politely apologize to my captain. Captain, I'm so sorry for that.
No problem. No, I'm glad you told us this. I did not know this. You did not told me this, So I'm so sorry about that. That sucks. Hope it's just an accident, because it's really disturbing, to be honest. Okay, sending shout outs, everyone. We'll get through this real quick. Dave C. Dave, Lemon Pie. Hey, Lemon Pie. Hey there. Claude Saling's here. The great Tex, 1701 Tex at that. What's up, bro? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you have a great night there, bro. Always fantastic to see you, man. Dun Ranger Power.
Dun Power Ranger.
The great DJ Play Nice, who became a member. Thank you, buddy, for being here.
Rock.
Thank you for being here. Mazerus.
Maze.
Indeed. Adrian James.
Good evening, Adrian.
Scribe Light. Hey there.
Hello, Scribe Light.
Welcome. Greetings. Ravenscroft. All right.
Hey.
Let's see. Minimus is here.
All right.
Minimus.
Let's see. Captain Doomfinity and Temperus Maximusness.
Good evening.
I said Putin's cat already. We'll say it again. Hello, Putin's
cat. And Putin's cat, I have been reading your messages in the chat. We are live. This is a live show.
Live. Doc Fortune.
Memorex.
What's that, Doc Fortune?
Doc.
Let's see. The Ginger Menace. Hey, lovely girl.
Mary.
Mary.
Beautiful. Hello.
Yeah. Good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Blunt Plunk Reviews. All right, buddy.
Hey.
Let's see. Keely Chow. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
JT Kirk. What's up, old chum?
JT Kirk.
Mars Monkey Max. MMM. Hey.
Monkey Max.
Clubby. Hey. MMM. I'm calling you to the carpet here. You don't ever have to apologize for anything, my friend. Leaving early? Nah. I'm just always honored that you're here. We all have things to do. Sometimes you can't stay. I appreciate that, but you don't have to apologize. I was glad you were here, and as long as anyone has to hang and stay with us, we're happy with it. So no apologies necessary, my friend.
Boss, did you see
his
his follow-up comment?
No.
His military buddy called him during your show. So he was just happily participating in your show. He gets a call from his military buddy. His buddy tells him that his dog got sprayed by a skunk, but he realized that he locked himself out of his apartment.
Oh,
so now, Mars Monkey Max, I need to know, did you let your rank, that's a good pun for military. Mm-hmm. Did you let your rank buddy and his skunky dog into your house? Did you allow them to bathe in tomato juice to get rid of the smell? What happened?
Oh my God, that's messed up.
Could you imagine what would happen if Mark showed up at your house and he's like, my dog got sprayed by a skunk and I'm locked out of the house? Would you let him in?
Wow.
I got lots of tomato juice ready for the outside of the house. Yeah. We did have a skunk living under our front porch, and we had a dog too, so we always dreaded that.
Hey, Stuart Mitchell, what's up, buddy?
Stuart,
what's up, buddy? All right, always great to see the extraordinary Stuart Mitchell. Okay, a few things to handle before we get on to our usual stuff. Mark, did you have anything, by the way, that you need to say before we go?
Oh no, just great to be here, and just looking forward to the Taylor Swift Bowl and some great episodes tonight.
Yeah,
and I
Jeremiah.
got some clips ready.
Okay, Jeremiah Hembry.
Jeremiah,
welcome. Okay, a few. I hate to be downers, but again, a couple of days ago, since I didn't get to do it, I did it a little bit last night. We're just going to touch on it for a second here. 2 days ago marked 30 years to the day that that comic books lost its king. I would be remiss if I didn't mention it one more time, since in August we do Jack Kirby month. I got a call from a friend just a couple hours after it happened. It was on a Sunday, one of the saddest days of my life. The great Jack Kirby. Well, he never left us. He'll never leave us. He left us, but he left us so much. And so Clobbering Times again, and it gives a Clubhouse shout out to the greatest creative force of the 20th century, the great Jakob Kurtzberg, aka Jack King Kirby. So love you, Jack. Miss you, Jack. And Doctor Who fans, the Valeyard's gone. Michael Jason, great British actor who played one of the greatest and most underrated of the Doctor Who baddies, the Valeyard. Passed the other day, and one of the reasons I mention it, because a lot of Doctor Who actors have passed, and he was 90. Well, he was 90-something years old. And, almost. He was such a big fan favorite. This guy, you can't go anywhere amongst Doctor Who fans that haven't. The ones who met him just rave about this man was a class act who loved his fans and treated his fans so well. So it was just amazing. And Stuart Mitchell, you've given yourself away, by the way. But I know Stuart Mitchell knows who he is, because he's So anyway, Doctor Who fans, the Valeyard passed as well. So,
and well, it's
he was
also Bill Finger's birthday today too. So
with Bill Finger, I forgot. I reposted that and then I forgot to mention it. Thanks. Would have been the great Bill Finger, the great creator of Batman, the true creator of Batman, Bill Finger. So yeah,
that's a good. That's 59. God, he died young, Bill Finger. Right?
That's a good one, Don Don. Hey, Don Don's here. I didn't say Don. Say hello to Don Don. Don Don Ranger Power.
You did.
I did.
Yeah,
I don't remember it.
Don't worry.
Oh my God. Well, that's a great birthday. The great John Williams, 92. My God. Greatest movie score guy of all time, in my opinion. The best. The great John Williams, love him. He's done some of the most extraordinary movie scores. He's done almost all of my favorite ones, just about. Well, there you go. So, what do you think? You want to go start with our first Blake 7 episode?
Yeah, you want me to introduce you, boss? I'll cue you up.
And after the episode,
and I'll get the slideshow.
You want to take a look back at the season or what?
Ooh.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Sure.
That is the end of the season. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just grab my notes from previous. They're right here. I'm good to go.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so everyone,
we don't have a spreadsheet, I'm sure, but
no, not yet.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, darn! I should have done a spreadsheet.
You should have.
Oh God, come on, Mark.
Oh my God,
damn it, Mark.
Why you want to wait till next week to do it or something?
No, that's okay, but I should do a spread.
We can wait.
Our scores are also pretty darn good anyway. So it's
So Stuart Mitchell, you saying you're not Talkie Toaster? Okay.
Out Talkie Toaster.
Talkie Toaster gave me a super chat last night. I thought you were Mark. I thought it was Mark. You were a suspect too, Stuart Mitchell, but I know who it really is now. He's not here tonight, Mr. Smarty Pants. Whose initials are MR. He's a good suspect for Talkie Toaster.
Max Redstone. Is it Max Redstone?
Well, Mark, what do you think? Talkie Toaster.
Could be.
He's a suspect.
Yeah. Now I got to clip the Talkie Toaster.
Yeah, you got to clip
dwarf. I got to clip that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's possible. So anyway.
Okay,
if
let me
you
cue up the boss.
Toast anonymously, feel free to continue to do that.
Okay, let's cue up the boss. Otherwise, we're going to lose Ravenscroft because, of course, Ravenscroft is totally focused on the Blake 7 aspect of this show. Okay, so folks, right now we are going to be covering an episode of Blake 7. Tonight we'll be covering Series A, or I guess you would say Season 1. This is episode 13. The episode is called Orac, as in Oracle. And this was a first broadcast on March 27th, 1978. Now here, we'd like to give a summary, but so that we're all on the same page. And if you need your memory refreshed about the episode, we can do that for you so you can be a part of the discussion as well. But guess what? The boss does it extemporaneously. He just does it off the top of his head because Mark and I hang out with the greatest Blake 7 superfan in the history of Blake 7 superfans. He basically has all of the scripts memorized.
He's like Orac.
Yeah, he's like Orac.
Yeah, right.
And he offers so much insight into the summary. So just off the top of his head, he does this beautiful summary every week that sparks all of this insight and all of these beautiful conversations. And so that's what's going to take place right now. Mark has furnished us, because he's a sweetheart of a human, furnished us with a wonderful visual program. And Clobby is going to dig into the meat and potatoes so that we can talk about the episode. And so with that said, Captain, my captain, take it away.
Well, by the way, was it about to ask something? I forgot it. What's with the timer?
Oh, that's when I do my watch parties. Let me turn the timer off.
All right.
No, it's because if someone comes
No,
back
I got
on,
you.
Yeah.
No,
So
I
someone's
just
watching, they can.
I just didn't know. I've never seen that before. Other
Yep.
than
I mean, transition. There we go. Yep. And when we get to a couple of lines, I might interrupt you with a couple of clips that I got.
Thanks, Chris. That's okay.
There we go. Now you can talk as long as you want. No timer.
That's all right. The episode Orac, folks. It is episode 13, as said, and it's the last episode of season 1. It is something of a part 2, if you will, to the episode previous, Deliverance. And basically picking up from where that left off, the Liberator is on its way to Aristo to deliver the powers, the fluonic power cells that the man Insor, who had died trying to deliver, and Blake and once he's able to retrieve the rest of go back and retrieve the Liberator crew from that planet, he decided that he would honor what that, what Insor wanted to deliver the power cells. And then, of course, en route, they're en route to there, and they start to discover that the crew had, as in Avon, Jenna, Gan, and Villa, who were down on the planet in the previous episode for a little bit too long. Oh yeah, no problem, Ginger Menace. There you go. You are an mod. Basically, we're suffering from radiation sickness, and unfortunately, the Liberator, who they've once said was one of the most technically advanced laboratories they'd ever seen, was out of the drugs needed for radioactive contamination and whatever. So if they don't get some soon, they're gonna die. Well, they were basically hedging their bets that Aristo would have the drugs that they need. So the Liberator speeds its way to Aristo to deliver the cells. I got a good
clip to play. Sorry to interrupt, but
I know which one you're going to play.
Yeah.
If we don't get drug treatment very soon, we shall die.
Die? I can't do that.
Which Avon said, I'm afraid you can. It's the one talent we all share.
I'm afraid you can. It's the one talent we all share. Even you.
I think I'm going to...
I don't remember if this clip comes before or after we're talking about how expensive Orac is, but I might as well play it now.
He also spoke of something called Orac and claimed the Federation was willing to pay 100 million credits to obtain it.
$1 million.
Nice. Nicely done.
It's weird because that's exactly what I think every time I see this episode. I even put my pinky up to my cheek.
Hey, Son Lee. Welcome.
Lee!
So the Liberator speeds toward them. In the meantime, of course, who was on Aristo trying to sneak in from the back, the beneath the place? None other than the rascally Servalan and her minion Travis. They're sneaking, on their own, sneaking under the base, trying to break into Insor's base to steal Aurak, of course, and that's basically the bit of your episode is them trying to do that, making way through these subterranean caves beneath where they need to go.
But Serverland's looking awesome while doing it, though, I must add.
Yeah,
she ruins those boots.
Well, she should not be clumped.
Wearing those boots later.
So yeah, I think she probably has a few pairs. I'm just going to go on a limb. Imelda there's got plenty of boots.
Imelda, oh my God, that's a very old joke.
Yes, it is. With apologies to Free Enterprise. So, Travis and Servalan are trying to sneak into Insor's headquarters. In the meantime, we meet Insor, very, very old and cranky, cantankerous sort of a gent who's in this secluded headquarters, speaking to this strange voice that he, of course, calls Aurak. What is Aurak? We don't know, but it talks, and basically, it even takes over the Liberator. While the Liberator approaches into orbit, Aurak takes control. They tell Aurak what's going on they tell him about Insor's son, who has unfortunately died, and that they have the power cells necessary for Insor's surgery, though they don't know that at the time, I believe. Anyway, he has them teleport down, both of Blake and Callie, because the rest are too sick to really do anything. They teleport down, and eventually, after a monotonous wait, the strange floaty head thingy, robot little thingy of representing Aurak brings them into the Insor's quarters. They meet Insor, and they tell him the unfortunate fate of his son, Insor Jr. And incidentally, earlier in the episode, I should backtrack a little bit. Avon knows who Insor is because Avon is a computer genius, and all people who know anything about computers and this particular technology know that every single computer in the Federated Worlds and everywhere else carries something called the Tarial cell, which, of course, Insor invented himself. It's in every computer. Mm-hmm. And we find out that when Insor, I think even when Callie says it's a computer, it says it most certainly is not. It's a brain, a genius. It basically has access to the some knowledge of the entire universe, whatever, the entire galaxy, I should say, right? Shouldn't say universe, the galaxy or whatever. So because it turns out Aurak is a computer, no matter what Insor says, because later Avon even disputes that. But he is a computer that he can, because of the Tarial cell, can actually draw information from and even control computers from anywhere, which makes him so. Now we know why he's so valuable, right? 100 million credits. Well, he says he's worth 10 times that, says the cantankerous Insor. And so because they don't have the knowledge to perform the operation, they said we can go up to the Liberator, and we have a very advanced medical facility. If you've got we need those drugs, by the way. He says, plenty of drugs. I never use the filthy things. So they decide that Aurak can talk them through the procedure. And they said, well, okay. So Insor agrees to go with Blake and Callie. And just as they're about to leave, who shows up? Bum, bum, bum.
Bad guys.
You don't have a clip for that, do you?
No, I don't.
That's right.
I'm behind. Yep.
Dun, dun,
That's okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
So Travis and Servalan show up just as Blake and Callie are leading Insor out with Aurak. And what else would Travis do? He takes a shot at Blake because they had no idea. Neither side knew that the other one was going to be there, which was pretty interesting. And so they end up exiting, making way for the surface in two different directions. Blake screws around too much and gets Insor killed by stopping to pull, try to pull the roof down to try to do something to block Serverland and Travis.
Well, they're worried about the slee stacks.
Yeah, they're worried about the slee stacks. They've got these creatures called the Phibians or whatever the hell they're called.
Phibians, I think they call them.
Yeah, that they're worried about these beings down there that were pretty, I don't know. Ensor said he didn't think they'll harm us, so what does he know? But they didn't really, even though they went after. They were only interested in Serverland because, well, she's hot. I mean, who wouldn't be? Right? Let's just be honest. They're still guys.
Not everybody can be Janeway and make a
No,
salamander.
That's right. In the meantime, Avon's sick of waiting. He says, "Screw this! If I'm going to die, I'm going to be doing something." So I love how he forces Villa to go down to the planet because they've been taking too damn long. He doesn't want to just die right there.
Die?
And,
I can't do that.
I'm afraid you can. Anyway, go ahead. Pray for the rest of them.
Well, I was just, and then someone had a request with this for
Sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Enzor didn't like weapons, so he had no weapons in his. I don't know. That didn't make sense.
Stupid movie, but it's so funny.
He says, "I just
like stupid movie."
I disapprove of weapons. Yeah,
yeah, but everything else is got weapons, I guess, right? Or it's a force field, I guess. But yeah,
but he's got a force field because
What's the retort there? Yeah, Blake said something. I can't remember.
He said that his retort was, "Yes, so do I," but I disapprove of dying even more.
Yeah.
So. All right, Tex, brother. Stay demented. Dimension and dementites.
Don't leave.
Dr. Demento.
What are you doing? You can't leave. We're not even. We haven't even talked about the TOS comic yet, Tex.
Yeah.
WTF?
We're gonna review a TOS comic. He won't like that anyway. I can trust me. I know him. But anyway.
so he is really like me then.
Yeah, he's you two are two peas in a pod.
Good night,
hey, Larry.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Tex, be careful out there, bro.
Night, Tex. See you soon.
So anyway, Avon decides to go down. The two parties eventually, after Ensor unfortunately passes away in the cave because you just couldn't make it because Blake was screwing around too much, in my opinion, trying to bring the roof down when it didn't even matter. Eventually, they get outside, and at gunpoint, Travis and Serverland are about to take Orac from Blake and Callie. When all of a sudden, when a classic Avon scene happens, and there's so many of those, he's about to. He says, "What are you going to think I'm going to do?" So I think you're going to kill me, Travis, with or without orders from the Supreme Commander. He goes, "With, Blake." All right, Travis, you may kill them. Next shot.
Yep.
Travis has his hand shot off. And he's sitting, and then Avon comes down and says, "Don't move." Good shot, Avon, says Blake. I was aiming for his head.
I love that line. It makes me laugh out loud every time.
They ripped that off on Firefly,
So good.
Remember when they ripped that off on Firefly? It was a direct rip off of that scene. I mean, not even a question about it.
Yeah, I've only watched Firefly once, and when it first came out.
In the pilot, when Jane shoots a guy, and I mean, he just wings him, stops him. And Mal says, "Good shot, Jane." Goes, "I was aiming for his head." So they tell me they
should have done too.
They ripped it off.
I wonder if they got that line from Thor too, or Infinity War.
What? Oh, go for the head? No, I don't think
so. Go for the head.
No, I know.
Nah, yeah.
Too much. So. Anyway, basically, was it Travis says, "Come on, what are you waiting for, man? Come on, why don't you kill us?" And Avon's just okay, but Blake stops him. Avon said, "Sure, I'll kill your ass." But Avon stops him and says, "No, we'll get a message to the Federation. Tell them you let us take Orac. I'm sure they'll be fascinated by your answer." And so they teleport back to the ship. There's an interesting scene earlier in the teleport room, by the way, where Avon mistakenly calls it "beam us back up to the ship." So they actually says "beam us up," sort of. But that's earlier. But anyway, it's nothing. That's neither here nor there. Serverland basically says, "You're in a lot of trouble, Travis. Huh? Guess who's going to be the scapegoat under the bus? Poor old Travis. So much so he's going to change his face." I mean,
he's gonna get plastic surgery.
Hey!
He's gonna be so punished. He's gonna change his face.
Hey!
What? You know it already.
That's not a spoiler. Everyone knows that.
That's not a spoiler.
Get out of here. There are some people that are watching this for the first time. And the first time I watched it, I was so pissed off that I walkie-talkied Clobby at like
I heard you wrote a letter to the BBC and complained too.
Right? I walkie-talkied Clobby at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, what the F is going on?
We got to warn people too. I mean, because it is the same character.
Don't be
That's
dissing.
not a spoiler.
Brian Croucher. He's a nice guy.
He does get better later on, I think.
He's no Steve. Look, Stephen Greif was wonderful, but still, I maintain that actor changes or recasting changes are not spoilers.
Yeah,
they drive me up the wall. I hate them.
I don't like them either, but they happen in TV.
Well, wait a minute. What about Bewitched? Which was your favorite Darren?
Oh, the first one.
I didn't really like that show. I found it kind of dumb.
Yeah, the first Darren is so much better.
It was a sitcom. Of course, it was dumb, but it was.
I know, but when I was young, I was like, I don't want to watch this. You know,
watch that show.
I was a weird kid. Okay, I actually played with my microscope. As a weird kid who watched.
I'm trying. Ravenscroft wants me to hurry. I'm sorry. Don't get he's getting testy on us because we're being bad, I guess. I'm sorry, Ravenscroft. Dick York, how dare you, Larry? I'm just kidding. I thought you said Dick Sargent. Sorry, you said Dick York. Never mind. I'm really the Dick York.
When they changed Babylon, when they changed the captain on Babylon 5, but then I found out why. Do you know that I actually cried? Like I actually did.
Yeah, but at least he was a different character, though. So when they changed the actor.
He was a different character, but I was pissed off when that happened. But then when I found out about what happened to the actor and that they kept on paying him and that this awful thing had happened to him.
Right.
Oh, but do you remember how mad I was when that happened? I called you on the walkie-talkie at 3 o'clock in the morning. What the F is going on? It's bad.
Ravenscroft, no, an actor. That's not a future event, though. An actor change is not a big deal. I'm sorry. I don't like it, but I'm saying that's not spoilery.
I got you, Ravenscroft. You are Team Raquel. I love you.
I'm sorry. You can't.
I'm on Team Clobby on this one. Yeah, that's
okay.
Not a spoiler. That's just
Ravenscroft. Can you do me a favor? Can you please put 2 rovers in the chat and just send Clobby and Mark to the beach? They'll wake up. They'll realize the error of their ways, and we can get on with the show.
I love you, Ravenscroft. No matter what team
Rover
you're
them.
on.
Rover them.
If it makes you feel any better, I too am on Team Raquel, but just not on this one. In fact, as her captain, I'm ordering her to agree with me on this. I'm just kidding. No such order. Okay, so goodbye, Stephen Greif. Later.
Sad and
I love that guy. It is sad.
Well, he probably had it. He just probably had another acting gig, right?
But we talked about
paid more. Yeah.
The back then, and even now, but especially back then, acting was not. They weren't celebrities. They were employees. They needed a gig. They took a gig. I mean, it was not the same. I mean, they weren't. They couldn't just say, "I'm staying with this role because I like it so much." They took a job.
No, they couldn't. And remember when Nichelle Nichols said that that if you were a part of a certain level of the union, you were used as extras for different shows, and there was a finite amount that you could be.
Right.
Yeah. So there were lots of rules behind the scenes in that union that Nichelle told us about, right?
But that's Hollywood, though, and the BBC was totally different. But they just couldn't, they were just not paid much.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So, but you're right. That's true. That's a good point. So anyway, let's see here. They go back to the ship. Everyone's fine. They take their medicines and they're all better. They're sitting around the good old lounge. I love the lounge area of the Liberator. I want that to be. I would love that to be my living room. In fact, I would want my whole. If I won zillions of bucks or something, I would design a house that inside was that big, and I would make the Liberator flight deck my living room.
That'd be great. The only thing that's missing is
I would have Zen. Huh? Oh, I'd have all of it.
Yeah, but the only thing that's missing that you would need to add would be Star Trek Monopoly.
Oh yeah. I'd have me a Star Trek room also, but I would have a big old Liberator flight deck.
Yeah.
And would sit around that couch. So they sit around the couch learning about Orac, who incidentally is being done by the voices, pretty much that actor. They will change the voice of Orac later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But in this one,
why do you want?
That's not spoilery.
It's not a spoiler. It's the same character.
But they do. Peter Tuddenham, who does Zen, eventually does Orac for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they save money that way.
Anyway,
we should be discussing this when it's actually happening. No.
That's nothing. That's not story related. That's not story related. So Orac starts talking about, bragging about. They have a very interesting conversation with Orac that shows that he's not just a computer. And he's not like Zen either. He has his in-source personality, and he has an ego. And I like how Blake figures out. So, question for a question. Well, you're capable of evasion anyway. That's for sure. And anyway, he makes a prediction. Does Orac? And they finally get tired of his crap, and Avon pulls out his key and throws it. And they're all laughing about it because and Villa says that's fixed Avon. I mean, that's fixed Orac, all right. But no, it hasn't. We all forgot something. The prediction's still running because he says space vehicle will be destroyed before he gets the key pulled. And we see it, the Liberator flying across the screen, and Jenna, that's just a great scene. It's a terrifying scene if you see this for the first time. Jenna going, Blake, look. That close up of Blake seeing the Liberator blow up, and then bump, 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 womp, womp. Anyway, so that's your episode, Orac, in a ridiculously terribly told nutshell from me.
No, that was great. Yeah.
Anyway, but
he's doing his best to convince himself that he feels fine. Says we'll just remind him that he doesn't.
Sometimes he shows distinct signs of intelligence.
Speaking of Villa, by the way, so that's nice. Like that. Like that clip.
I love Gan.
Did you clip the shooting scene or no?
Here we go.
Good shot, Avon.
I was aiming for his head.
I shortened it so it's a little.
That's okay. It's an Avon classic.
Yeah, it plays better that way. Yeah.
No, you did it perfectly. Thank you for that.
The next scene is the best though. When he's like, you should have killed him, and Avon takes his gun out to kill him. He's like, I'll do
what
it.
are you waiting for? Come on, man. Why don't you kill us?
Yeah.
And then he's like, Avon just motion. He's about to do it, and
should have killed him.
And Blake stopped him.
Mm-hmm.
They should have killed. We'll talk
Avon
about it when we discuss
right.
the episode, but yeah.
Is that the new hashtag for the evening, folks?
Avon was right.
Hashtag Avon was right.
I mean, look at all the horrible things both of those two monsters have done. He's the Punisher. Avon will be like the Punisher. Now, again, in that system, look, I'm not for taking the law in your own hands necessarily. I believe in the sanctity of life that, superheroes like Batman and Superman and believe in and stuff. But in this case, the galaxy is dominated by evil, horrible monstrosities like Serverland. And these are two of the biggest ones, by the way. I mean,
they're mass murderers.
I mean, he's a mass. Yeah, he is first of all, you could argue that Serverland's a worse mass murderer than he is, and he's a big time mass murderer, but she's ordered so many murders. So both of them. I mean, I'm sorry, in that situation, because Avon's like, Avon doesn't believe in any rules. Avon doesn't believe in rules. Avon, and this crap about, Blake is such a bleeding heart. He lets these creatures live. I'm telling you what, they would kill you so quick. It's not even funny. And they would sleep well and take Orac and go make them blow their heads off, and you save countless millions of lives probably down the road. Because what do you think she's going to do with Orac?
Mm-hmm.
How many planets is she going to conquer?
More people, yeah.
How many planets is she going to conquer if she takes Orac?
Defense systems, computer systems. She could take over a whole planet in an hour.
Or if she does get her hand on the Liberator one day, and if you let her live, blow her head off. Blake, Avon probably will walk around and go, I should have killed her ass. So, yeah. they didn't. But anyway.
Okay, we have a comment here in the chat that I need to address before it disappears, so I beg your pardon. Stuart Mitchell says, I recently got around to watching Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country for the first time. Never knew that Michael Dorn appeared as Kirk and McCoy's defense counsel.
Oh, really?
Stuart Mitchell, yes. And a little bit of trivia for that is actually true. Now, a lot of trivia that you learn about in Star Trek is not real trivia. It's factoid. It's not fact. But it's passed around so much, people believe it. So it's very important for you to know that this is actually true. One of the reasons why Michael Dorn was so beloved by everyone in Star Trek is because Michael never complained about wearing the makeup. He would sit in the makeup chair and he would endure the hours of the fussing and the taking of the makeup and wearing the makeup and emoting with the makeup, that everyone just loved him. So they wanted to make as much use of Michael Dorn as they possibly could, because I think it was the block text that said, I'm pretty sure it was the block text that said, when you find an actor like that who is willing to endure the prosthetic makeup, the itching, the chemicals, the hours of sitting in the chair, being hot and uncomfortable, when you have someone like that, you hold on to them and you give them as much work as possible. So I believe that is according to the block text. So Michael Dorn, a really agreeable person to work with as far as getting dressed up like an alien goes. So there you go.
Yeah,
and I hope you enjoyed Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country.
I just want to say he was just on the Shuttle Pod show, or maybe it just came up on my YouTube feed, and he talks about the acting in TNG and the makeup and how tough it. Well, I love Michael Dorn and Worf, and he's talking about he's the huge aircraft. He's a pilot. He's got some fight. He owns a fighter jet actually from the Korean War, and it was very interesting to hear him talk about the show. And he talks about in that interview, he didn't know he was going to get that role as the defense counsel, and he talks about how that came to be. So if you look up that Shuttle Pod YouTube podcast, look for Michael Dorn.
You can find out how he got drafted.
Yeah.
There you go. So, I know Ravenscroft. He did. Avon listened to him. You're right, but I know he recorded it later. So, anyway, number one, I guess tell us what your thoughts are, your notes on the episode Orac. Tetrarch of Apathy. Hey there.
So apathetic. I don't really have a lot of notes, just some things to talk about, because this is a different episode than we're used to having. It's a completely different attitude, a completely different tone than we're used to with Blake 7. So here we go. Blake 7 is episodic, so we get a nice recap of the essential information from the linked previous episode. So I want to call this a part 1, part 2, but I don't go that far. We get this in the form of discussion, as though it's a team meeting. So we're going over the captain's log, and we're trying to find some agreements and maybe extrapolate more information from this team meeting. And this is due to the writing skills of Terry Nation, such a marvelous writer. And then he does something that's really great, that I really respect him for. And that is that, so not only does he do it cleverly at the outset, but then we get to show instead of tell. And we see that Jenna isn't well, and Gan isn't skulking around. He's quite sick. Avon's sick. And then we very quickly learned that the away team is very ill with this radiation sickness. So Terry Nation has done something very great, really good here as a television writer. This Terry Nation could write books, very careful and thoughtful of the audience. So we have tell, but the tell is not cheesy. It's not cliched. We're having a team meeting here, and we're trying to put our heads together to get more information from the data that as we see fit from everyone's perspective. So that's a brilliant way of saying, hey, we're going to revisit this. But then instead of just keeping with that like they do in modern television, he very quickly switches to show, don't tell. And so I like the way we discover that everyone is quite sick and they're getting more ill by the minute. So I doff my cap to him. Everyone in this chat knows that as a writing scholar and as an author myself, I'm never going to stop talking about how talented I think Terry Nation is. I just think he's very talented. I absolutely love the gruesome chest surgery. I think this is a cool idea. This is fresh science fiction. Although some of you might not feel that way because you like the Iron Man stuff and the comic book stuff. It might not seem like a fresh idea to you, but I'm not a comic book person. And so this isn't my first time watching Blake 7, but I'm just giving you my impressions. I think that that's a fresh idea. I really like it. And it looks very realistic. And I just think it's super duper cool and very gruesome, but in a medical way. It's not body horror. It's not somebody trying to frighten you with technology run amok and technology that's polluting the human form or distorting the human form. This is literally technological advancement, and we're seeing it on the exterior of the body. So I think this is great. This is a fresh idea to me, super cool, and I love it. The low-tech, hand-drawn, oversimplified map that Servalan shows to Travis is pretty bad. I find it very disappointing. It's literally one pipe. Why would they need the map if it was one pipe? And that's what the map is, one pipe. So it's kind of like, where does the poop go in your house? Out the one pipe. So that's annoying. And I yelled in my notes, why did they ruin Servalan's boots? With an exclamation point.
Yeah.
I'm a cosplayer if you've never met me before, so I was very upset about that. Steve's here. How's Maddie?
Maddie's daddy, yes. And Mary, yes, Terry Nation actually created the Daleks, and his estate owns the Daleks, as a matter of fact, or co-owns it with the BBC. They own it completely. So
yeah, I also really love the crazy cool weird creature, and I know many of you might not like the crazy cool weird creature, and that's because like people don't like the Gorn, people don't like Swamp Thing, people don't like the creature from the Black Lagoon. They don't like that kind of stuff, and that's because they're stupid. I love it. It's the greatest thing to me ever. And I just adore it. So like the creature.
I love all three of those.
Yeah. And the creature from the Black Lagoon is like, it's my dream. Like, I wish I could have the creature from the Black Lagoon that Michael Beacom has. He has the actual creature from the Black Lagoon, like in a statue, like completely anatomically correct and correct in size. Like he has that in his house. I have an 8 foot. Is he 8 foot? I have an 8 foot wolf man, and I have a 6 foot, just a little over 6 foot Area 51 alien. But I would die to have I wouldn't die, but I'm going to exaggerate. I would die to have the creature from the Black Lagoon in my house. So I like, as Mark well knows, because Mark is always showing me all of these amazing 1940s and 1950s posters. I love that shit. That shit is the best shit. That is cherry, baby. It's cherry. So I love the crazy, cool, weird little creature. Blake makes a joke that Avon would like a mechanical pet. Every time I hear this joke, this like the second or the third time I've heard this conversation where he says this to Jenna about Avon, I could spit my beer, my wine, or my tea, whatever I'm drinking, because it's just hysterical, because it's showing the authorial prowess of Terry Nation. The guy is just such a great writer. Because what does it say if behind Avon's back, Jenna and Blake are laughing about the fact that Avon would prefer to have a mechanical pet? This not only shows that he has an incredible mechanical aptitude and computer technical aptitude, but also the fact that he would like it because it would be so regimented. And he wouldn't have to give it love. He could just speak to it in a logical way. So all of that is being said in that joke, and that makes this show just so well written to me, and the characterizations and the dialogue is just so real and so beautiful and so satisfying. Many of you know that I absolutely love this show for this reason. I just like cerebral television. It's why I think that UFO is second only to Star Trek TOS. Please just treat me like an adult. Be respectful of my intellect, and be respectful of me as a reader or as a viewer. And Terry Nation does this time and time again. His talent just sings to the hearts of everyone who enjoys his amazing talent. So yeah, Blake and Jenna laughing about how Avon would like a mechanical pet. It just makes these people feel real, like they're real. So I just love it. My final comment is this is way more action than usual. This is not a deeply philosophical episode, and sometimes we get deeply philosophical episodes from Terry Nation. Instead, this is an action adventure, and it is most enjoyable because, of course, we get Auric, and I just think that it's well wrought and very enjoyable. So I gave it a 6.5 out of 7.
That is better. Our relationship will be best served if your statements are free of ambiguity.
Just got that uploaded just in time.
Oh, perfect timing there.
Mars Monkey Max, he's fully animatronic. He's not just a statue. He's fully animatronic, and so is my Area 51 alien. If you'd like to see, I think I uploaded a video of my Area 51 alien. I have a little guy who's only about 4 feet tall, and then I have a 6-footer, and I have videos up of them on my YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber. That's a place where I just put some stuff that I need to put some stuff. But anyway,
you're kind of a YouTuber.
No,
not like Mexican Iron Man, but bit, sort of a YouTuber. But yeah.
I am never gonna have my own channel. Never. It's never gonna happen.
That's a
Do you know what I mean? I'm always going to be Clobby's Spock. Clobby is always going to be my Kirk.
Oh,
he will always be my Kirk, and you will always be my Scotty.
You're the bestest.
Thank you.
Well, Mark, any words about Auric?
Oh, I got a few words. Yep, and a couple of clips. I think. Did I play all the clips?
More clips. All right.
Let's see. I think I played. Did I play this one yet?
The question for the question. Well, you're capable of evasion anyway.
Well, the one before that.
The question is futile. Were I to say that I'm incapable of dishonesty, how would you know if I was being dishonest or not?
I just love the logic and the quick-witted dialogue, which sets this series apart. As we mentioned, you know, they have pretty much zero budget, so they've got to stretch what little dollars they have, and part of it is Terry Nation's brilliance, you know, in terms of these clips. I mean, these lines. So, you know, I just love this line.
Die? I can't do that.
I mean, it's
follow-up line. Perfect though.
Yeah.
The comic vet. Hey, the comic vet. What's up? Welcome, sir.
And Maddie's daddy, you're not my Lazarus. You will always be the nickname I gave you in my head. You will always be Thor in Vegas, or you'll always be Maddie's Thor. Daddy because you're beautiful, princess, gorgeous, sweet little daughter who is growing up so quickly. Anyway.
And why not? We'll play the response to that.
I'm afraid you can. It's the one talent we all share, even you.
I think I'm going to...
I love Villa.
Yeah, so even in an episode like this, like Raquel said, and Clobbery explained so well in your synopsis, even though you don't think you did, but it's a straightforward action episode. It's almost, I'm not going to say it's Star Wars, but it's a straightforward good guys, bad guys, a mission. Yeah, it's not too philosophical.
No,
but it moves along, and I think is it this episode and the next two you can almost watch it all as a movie together. trying to remember which, but there's some episodes that just go together so well. So it's tough having to wait. I can, of course, we're just streaming this now later, but knowing that cliffhanger ending where you see the Liberator getting destroyed, and you find out there's this all powerful computer ORAC, and you're like, what the, what's going on? I've got to, of course, then it's only when I was watching this the first time, I definitely watched that next episode right away. And I'm not going to say anything about the next episode, though, don't worry. But don't. That's the nice thing about, I wouldn't.
You didn't.
I didn't. I'm not, just so don't be worried. But I don't want to get rovered. But then you know that it's like in Star and TNG when you had the Borg cliffhanger, and you had to wait 2 months to see what happened in September when that came out. The pain was real. But this is it's a good cliffhanger, and it's a mystery, and it does get resolved. They don't leave it hanging. I'll say that. That's not a spoiler. You do get the answer to that question, at least, but that's pretty obvious. So, but I did really enjoy this episode, and I do have some show notes on the wiki, so let me go through those too.
Go for it.
So this was
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Barry. By the way.
So here's the link to the wiki, which is a great reference for B7. This is the final episode of Blake Seven's first season and began a tradition of ending the season on a cliffhanger. Travis is played by Stephen Grief for the last time. He was unable to return for filming Series B due to prior commitments and an injury to his Achilles tendon. He was also aware of the repetitious nature of the character. Brian Croucher replaced him. For this episode only, Oryx's voice was provided by Derek Farr, who played Enzor. It wouldn't make sense. It's the the scientist. That was a great line where, why do you sound like him? Yeah. Stephen Grief injured his Achilles tendon whilst playing squash, so was unable to attend the TV Center studio recordings. Consequently, he is doubled in these interior shots, and the camera is carefully framed to avoid showing too much of Travis, or I think they must mean Travis's face. Originally in the script,
What?
I guess he wasn't in some of the interior shots, so
okay.
Because he got hurt, so he hurt his Achilles tendon playing, and it says in the wiki, whilst playing squash. Originally, Avon pursued ORAC with Callie. It was changed because it was decided the thought of Avon meekly handing ORAC over to Blake was inconceivable. Blake's supplementary
inconceivable.
Yeah, and you got to watch that movie. Blake's supplementary to flight log data vision sweep to line 1 utilizes 42 seconds of footage from Deliverance. The log is listed as 431, time coordinate 662, and that was a great use of that video when they're tracking down what happened with the ship. So I did really like that detective work on that beginning part of the episode, just showing the intelligence of the Liberator crew. Terry Nation reused the heroes getting radiation poisoning in the search of an antidote plot from Doctor Who's The Daleks. Avon's line, "I was aiming for his head" upon shooting Travis' arm was an homage to the Magnificent Seven. Both Paul Darrow and Chris Boucher were fans of Westerns, and this had a rating of 10.6 million viewers, which is pretty impressive. And it was broadcast date March 27, 1978, and on the BBC.
Nice.
So final episode. I think is each season 13 episodes? Or they?
I don't know.
Yes,
they're all 13. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Larry just said that he's pond scum in the chat. You're not pond scum. Do you know what you are? You are my champion.
Did he say that?
He's my champion. That you have been so good to me. You are such a good friend, and it's not just to me. You have been so wonderful to so many creators on YouTube, on Patreon. You are supporting people who make comics, people who make books, people who are doing shows. You are a wonderful person, and you are not pond scum. And I'm going to put you in the agony booth for saying that, Larry. Also, I'm sending a smooch for your cheek. Thank you for being my champion. I appreciate you and love you more than you will ever know. Thank you.
And I got to play this Austin Powers clip mashup one more time. Let's play that. Where did it go? Oh, no, did I move it? Where was it here? So, there we go.
He also spoke of something called ORAC and claimed the Federation was willing to pay 100 million credits to obtain it.
$1 million.
Sorry, having too much fun, but yeah.
Thanks, MMM. By the way, Ravenscroft, for anyone who has want to give us a rating or review of this episode, feel free.
I gave mine right 6.5 out of 7.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't give mine yet. I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 7, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I ranked this episode at number 15 overall. As you know, I rank every episode of Blake 7, which I'm going to get more into later in a minute or a little bit. But and I actually gave it a solid 7. I mean, just too much to love in it for me. I mean, the first ORAC, that the great Avon bit at the end. I mean, it does. Yeah, I mean, it's wow, what an ending to the season. So yeah, it's a top notcher for me. Let's see.
It is
Rank
really
number
good, but for
15
me,
overall?
I had to deduct a half a point just because who gave Servalan the single pipe map?
It was a very simple module from Keep in the Borderlands module S1.
The map that she had when they were into Insour's place, you mean? Or
yeah.
Well, there was a map in there? Oh.
Yeah, they found a map just lying around.
Hysterically bad.
Yeah, that kind of stuff never bothers me. William Shakespeare, hey there.
Good evening, William Shakespeare.
Wow, nice to see you. Welcome.
It was very convenient. It was very convenient, but yeah.
Ravenscroft says 6.5 Avon's 1 of 4. Before Who Shot JR? Yes, it was before Who Shot JR. Boy, I remember that summer. B did a great cliffhanger to keep the viewers tense. Great intro to the irascible and unpredictable ORAC. Yes. Word has it, Darrow ad-libbed the great "I was aiming for his head," which firms up the then current standing of Blake as the then current standing of Blake as the White Knight and Avon as the badass. Yes, sir.
I love Ravenscroft's reviews.
No question
They're
about
so
it.
well written and so fun to hear.
A fond and safe farewell to Stephen Greif, the best and most menacing Travis. Always thought he could have been a decent Frankenstein monster. Yeah, that makes sense. Insor could have been a great regular, but the lifespan of B7 guest is quite low. True. Note Blake's refusal to leave Avon and Avon's insistence that he do just that.
Yeah.
Could watch these two all day. I love them. Yeah, they're great together.
Hey, Cam is here. Cam's crash course.
Cam. What's up, Cam?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, my friend. So there you go. We've rated them, and we've done all of season 1, and now I'm going to go back and kind of backtrack on season 1.
I have my favorite and my worst.
Well, what I want to do is first I'm going to show my rankings of.
Okay, go ahead, boss.
And we can actually go. I'll get you to comment quickly on all of these because I have something put here for example. We started the season out, folks, with the episode "The Way Back."
Okay.
And I ranked, as you all again. This is my ranking card and rating card that I do for all the episodes for this season, of course. And that is I ranked The Way Back down at number 32. It is the premiere episode, rating number 5. It is the beginning, and I'll do this real quick, and then you can do your best and worst if that'll help. Unless you want to comment on each episode, want to show it. It's up to you.
Well, I will comment on this one because I didn't just give this one a 7 out of 7. I also wrote in the comments, remember how much you loved this. I wrote that note to myself so that when we did the recap, I wouldn't forget how much I loved this.
Nice. Excellent. Mark, anything to say about that episode?
Well, it's just a fantastic series setup. It plays like a mini movie if you watch these.
Yeah.
The first 3 episodes together, but yeah, this is a brilliant setup to the series, and it's got quite a different feel to it in the beginning, which doesn't take away from the episode, but it starts one way and heads another direction. And I love the dystopian. I hate the dystopian outlook, but it's so well done, and you can see it happening. unfortunately, if we're not careful. So just a top-notch episode.
Can I interrupt for 2 wags of a puppy's tail? Mars Monkey Max. No, we're doing a recap, sweetheart. We're just going to do a recap of how Clobby ranks this season, and Mark and I are just sort of sprinkling it with our thoughts.
Yeah, then next week, season 2.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be with Mars Monkey Max. We're still doing the Star Trek Untold Voyages, sweetheart. And I also am going to be making fun of Will Wheaton in a few minutes.
Yes, we're getting there. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Episode 2, of course, was Spacefall, one of my favorites. I rank it at number 18. I gave it a 6.5. And really, when I go back for any kind of a binge watch, even though they're separate and I rank them separately, I consider almost the first 3 episodes one big long, film in a sense, or one big long movie, because really the first 4 are crucial. But at least when you watch, if you just get started with Blake 7, I highly recommend, if you've never seen it before and you want to watch it, don't stop at the second one. Watch the first one. Watch at least 1 and 2 together, because you don't get everybody with the first episode. This one is the beginning of one of my top 2 or 3 all-time favorite characters in TV history, and that's of course the Paul Darrow as the great Paul Darrow as Care Avon, and also it tells the tale. It tells us what we need to know about the show. Most of what we need to know about the show's setup and premise and all that stuff. So
yeah, the personalities really come alive because Terry has to stretch out. Here's the world. Here are the people. Let me show you how intense I'm going to make their personalities and their situations. So it's just awesome. I totally agree with your comments, boss. And just for the record, I gave this a 7 out of 7, and I wrote an A by it. So it's very good.
Indeed. Love it. Mark, anything?
Yeah, I gave this one 7 too, I believe, or very close. I got to look up I didn't do a spreadsheet. But yeah, another great.
If you want to do one next week, you can.
Yeah, I can do one next week. I should, I'm slacking here. But yeah.
Damn it, Mark.
Damn it. Stop getting the flu. But yeah, just another great follow up to that initial episode. And it plays like a little mini movie. I think if you play the first 3 together.
Yeah, first 3 is really even 4, but yeah, the first 3, yeah.
Makes a great little mini movie, and that's why streaming is so good when you can just keep, or you got the DVDs, setup. you can just keep playing. But highlighted with great dialogue and the terror. You've really learned the terror that the Federation is and how they're manipulating everyone, even in more detail, which is it's just, and the prison ship scenes were great too. So it's really, really well done, and they do a lot with the budget again too. With
absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a really good one. Yeah,
love it. Episode 3, the third episode 3, Cygnus Alpha. I have it ranked at number 40, with a 3.15 plus rating. I love Brian Blessed. I thought he was, even though he's a little over the top, some of the stuff's kind of crazy in this episode. Some really kind of campy bits, but there's also a lot of great character stuff between Avon and Jenna, a little bit Avon and Blake. There's plenty of great character stuff. There's some kind of silliness toward the end with the big fight in the church or whatever's kind of dopey, but in the end, it gets the job done. It gets it collects up the rest of the crew. And that's what it was kind of done for. So, not a highly ranked episode by any stretch of the imagination for me. I had some problems with some of the writing. I love Terry, but still overall, there are only 52 episodes, so it is kind of lowly rated, but it's not bad. It's not awful or anything like that, but there's a lot of way better ones. That's the thing. When you get one low rated, you might think you must hate that episode. No, it's just I just think there are far better ones. So number 1, Cygnus Alpha.
Cygnus Alpha, I give a 7 out of 7, and I think that it is just beyond brilliant. I think it's pretty much perfect as far as science fiction television goes for me. I love the practical effects of this, the prison ship over the planet. and we see the moon. I love the prison ship interior. I love the bridge and the command center. I love that the weapons are a new look, not just a typical gun. And also, one of the greatest lines ever written in the history of science fiction happened on television, not in a book. And that is Jenna saying, "To be completely known is innocence."
I have that clip.
That is, do you?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we have to go back through the clip. So that was episode 3, right?
Yeah.
Cygnus Alpha. Yeah.
Shall I wait for you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. Because I save them all. They're all in order. Eventually, we'll probably run out of room because there's so many good clips.
That's for sure.
Let's see. I've got to try.
If you just did Avon clips, it would be like 5 hours. I know. I did it once.
Yeah, we might have to do like a Blake 7
with my old VHS.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know I clipped that one because I remember just how impressive that clip.
It's
the clip
remarkable.
Impressed you.
It is remarkable.
Let's see. I thought I had that.
Should I keep going until you find it?
Yeah, you keep going, and I'll
so
find
to
it,
be completely known is innocence. Wow, that is right up there with Aristotle and Socrates. It's just bloody brilliant. I also love the fact that the weapons cannot be deployed initially unless they're deployed like nuclear weapons, like that everyone has to like insert their key in order to get one. I really like that. I think that's cool. It shows that the weapons are extremely dangerous and the computer is trying to avoid violence. I love Zen. I love matter transmission. I love the teleportation. I love the diction and the word choice. Like that's what diction means. I love the matter transmission and I love teleportation. I love that Jenna named the Liberator. I think it's cool that she named it. And I love that it's in this episode. I'm with Avon. I'd leave. I wrote in my notes. I love Gan and the way he protects Villa because, of course, Gan is admittedly, by Terry Nation's own account, Little John. And, of course, I absolutely adore Gan. He's just a big teddy bear who needs a smooch on his face. I love the prison ship takeoff. I just think it's cool. Blake lies about his encounter on the surface, so we're not sure if we're going to trust or like Blake. I love that Avon gives the same ultimatum as Blake. They both say in this episode, fight or die, but they're interpreted completely differently. Another thing that I love about Cygnus Alpha, if you're very, very first watching Blake 7, which I'm not, this is like my second or third time, it's that the fight scenes are super realistic at this point in the game. So there are pain and consequences. Like when you punch somebody, they stop. There's at one point, poor Villa is actually struck like still frozen because he stabbed someone and he realizes the horror in killing or hurting another human being. And there are operatic elements to it, but I think it's also because of this sort of Svengali effect, this Du Maurier idea, or this like Jim Jones type of culty thing going on. So for me, it just sings. I operatic and it sings. Sorry, everyone. Sometimes I just can't stop the puns. It's a 7 out of 7. I really enjoyed it.
Brogu from my old hometown. Hey there.
Brogu.
Hey, Brogu.
Find it or no? It's not no biggie.
I didn't find it, but I'm gonna reclip it. No, because I gotta have that clip. I thought I had it, but I think maybe I started saving them.
Just remember when you're thinking about your privacy and you're thinking about the ability of a Vulcanian, to see your thoughts, to have a Vulcan mind meld with you, and to imagine what it would be like if I reached out right now and I touched your beautiful face and I knew every time someone ever hurt you, I knew all of your good feelings and all of your bad feelings. I knew all the things that frightened you, and I could see them from your perspective. And I could feel the sympathy and the love. In that moment, we would be joined. I would fully understand you as a human being. So to be completely known is innocence, because in that joining, in that purity of that sharing and seeing things from your perspective, That's how you find innocence. And that is quite a profound thing to say about mankind. To be completely known is innocence. Beautiful, beautiful.
Well, that's when you probably first realized how much you're going to like. I mean, from the beginning, but I'm saying with these great quotes, that's probably that's what I noticed too about this series. Oh, this is going to be really good, because we can get beyond the the special effects that maybe aren't the world's greatest, but it's Terry Nation really does a phenomenal job setting up the show and writing the show.
Well, Mark, this episode, anything to say about it?
I didn't like it as much as Raquel. I think some of the stuff on the planet was a little hokey for my taste. To use a kind of a crude word, but it's still not a bad episode, and it does continues that story as as you guys said, it puts the crew together. I just Blind Blessed is an all-time great if you're a fan of British TV, but some of it's a little over the top, but not entirely bad, but just some of it I just didn't enjoy as much. But it's then you finally got at the end of this episode, don't you have the crew is all basically all together, I think, at this point, right? At the end of that,
at the end they find, well, not quite, because you got next episode to get Callie. So.
Oh yeah, Callie. Yep, I'm forgetting Callie. Yep. But it's a great setup. So and I do have, I've got the clip, but we'll wait 30 seconds till it gets uploaded. But you can keep going. I'll play it. You can play it when because that's I know Raquel likes that. So here, let me export that from Premiere. Yeah, I'm getting better at doing this stuff.
yeah. So if those are wondering, if you have Amazon Prime, actually, if you have BritBox, I guess it's BritBox in the States here anyway. I don't know about. I think in the UK as well. Blake 7 is on there. So from people wondering,
Larry, I totally agree with you. With good writing, the sets and the budget and the effects don't matter much. They don't.
Agreed. So just let me know when you got it.
Yeah, 2 more seconds. Yeah, but some people that does bug some people, but you got to let that go. If whenever I tell someone about this series, I'm like, just be forewarned. If you want modern effects, you ain't getting it, but you're getting A++ stories and characters.
Yeah,
and characters. Yep.
And dialogue.
Completely known. It's like innocence.
There we go.
So
unbelievably good.
Next episode. Episode 4. Time Squad. I got it ranked at 23. That's pretty high. And a rating of solid 6. Could be more than that, actually. I could have it higher. It could easily be a closer to a 7. So, but again, I did this rank like over a year and a half ago. Anyway, and it fluctuates, so you could consider it a floating rating, anywhere to 6 to 7. I love it. What can you say? It's got a fairly interesting side story, or that it starts out with, but the second half of it, just meeting Callie, all that kind of stuff. It's like it does have an A-B story. I'm not usually fond of those, but when Terry Nation handled it adeptly, so it's great in that the way he does it. Number 1.
Good night.
He's leaving?
Yeah. You are Kirok.
Be good there, buddy.
Take care, JT.
Number 1.
For me, I wrote 2 pages of notes, so I'm not going to go through them because if you want to hear what I have to think about this episode, or what I have to say about this episode, I should say, it would be in that
Chloe's Clubhouse playlist. Yeah.
It's on the Clubhouse playlist. This is a Space Seed tribute, and it is just so good. I just think it's just fabulous. I'm just reading through these notes quickly. I love the medical tech. I love that villainy isn't a foregone conclusion. The effects of cryogenic sleep. Several plants with designs on my body. I love that Villa says that about the man-eating plants. I just love the cool gun. I learned about Gan's brain implant. I wrote 2 pages of notes of how much I love this episode. So Jenna says, "Are you getting nervous?" And Villa responds, "No, I've been nervous all along." I love this show, and Time Squad for me is a 7 out of 7. And if you'd like to hear why, you can
watch our episode
that by revisiting that episode.
Yeah, I'll go back eventually into those and put it on the YouTube, like which episode we reviewed and stuff. I need to actually put that in the descriptions. But hey, Dad Man and the Dad Man Clan, what's up, Dad Man? There you go. Good to see you.
Well, that's a good plan. Binging Batman 66 and Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, great stuff. Love them. Mark?
Yeah, so Time Squad. Yeah, we did have some good clips from that one, too.
I plan to live forever. Or die trying.
We're going to be here like 3 hours if we keep showing clips.
No, I know. I just want to play that clip because I love Villa. But
I know, but man.
Well, you know me. I go.
No, I got you. I don't mind sitting there for 4 hours if you don't. But I'm saying, I mean, I made these things so we can breeze through the season.
Yeah,
quickly,
breeze through them. Yeah, no, I just want
relatively quickly. No, I got. Look, if you want anything you have a clip from, you want to play, you play it. I'm just saying, you can't wait to load anymore.
Yeah, no, I have them on the. They're all there on the side there.
Okay.
What I did, I left them. I left the episode number, so when I got smarter further into the show, so now I know which ones there.
The problem is, folks, is that Mark will not have the ship ready until next Tuesday.
I can't believe you shipped without photon torpedo, left space dock with photon torpedoes. But anyway, so yeah, this is another really good episode, as you can see with Clobberin Time's ranking there, and yeah, I just love the way the crew comes together, and you meet Callie here, and she's a badass in the beginning of this episode. Then once you meet her, you realize that she's got another side, but that was really interesting and it was good. She's a great addition to the crew, and I don't remember what I rated it, but I think I rated this pretty highly. And yeah, it is a great
spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet. It is. Yeah, I can't do anything with a spreadsheet, but it is a great tribute to Khan. So, but yeah, I did love this episode too. Yep.
Ooh, let's see. Next, episode 5, The Web. I have it ranked at 49. It has a 1.5 rating. This is from 2 years ago. So yeah, but still, it's not that it's. You got to understand, it's not so much that I think it's terrible. It's just that there's a lot of episodes I think are better, and it's not one of my favorite ones or anything. There's some okay stuff in it, but there's a lot of, I don't know, not one of my favorites. Let's put it like that. So it's pretty low rated, I must admit. Number 1.
Okay, I agree with Clobby. I didn't give this one a really high rating. I thought Jenna's possession was super creepy. I kind of thought the crazy mud Cabbage Patch Munchkins, they look like pains. I mean, look at that little one poking out. It looks like a peen. I hope you all know what that means.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so very bizarre costumes, super unique. And I think that we should have done a bit of work there. I love the tissue regeneration creature, that enzyme that they use. It dies as it heals. And of course, that is from like fantasy, but it's making it scientific, like roots. What's that root in Pan's Labyrinth? I always forget what it's called. Anyway, I just think it's neato McNeato, and it's cute, and cool. It's an experiment gone wrong. It's science fiction. What's not to love? It's a weird, creepy tale, but it's scant in the snappy dialogue that we love, and it needs more Avon. The Decima creation is a brilliant science fiction idea for discussion, but execution, not the best. I only gave it a 5 out of 7, folks. Mark?
Wait a minute. Before you do that, Michael Beacom will say goodnight to him.
Oh, okay.
Michael
Beacom, get out of here. He's leaving?
Thank you so much for that super chat, Michael. Appreciate you. He says, got a call tonight. My cinnamon lady is calling, saying boarding is early. Till Saturday, I'll be seeing you. Well, thank you for that. Wonderful.
You're going to go and get a cuddle. Tell Cassandra
appreciate you.
Good night. Good night, you cute people. I love you both. Good night, Beacums.
Good night. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, this is probably I think my least favorite episode, or one of my most episodes. I think I remember when I started watching the show, I was like, this web episode, are you sure this show's really going to be good? You told me it'd be good. You made me watch it. But yeah, it's really it's like, I mean, as Raquel says, yeah, it's not the most terrible sci-fi idea, but I think they're what Doctor Who, that was reused costumes from what's the Zygats, or what's the creatures in Doctor Who?
Zygons.
Zygons.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really. There's some similarities, but I don't think.
Well, they use part of the costume.
Part
Yeah,
of the
to save
costume.
money.
True. Yeah.
to save money.
Beans made out of cabbage.
And they were, yeah, and they were annoying, and it was just wasn't well written. It was just in terms of the philosophy is an interesting concept, but the execution's not there. And then are rovers on this planet too?
Pardon?
Rover. They had in the forest there, weren't there balloons rovering around?
A lot of rovers for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know why.
Right higher, but
it
higher.
has
Yeah,
some
this
rovers.
this is one you could skip, and it doesn't really affect the character development. And I don't have any clips from this one, which must mean something.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list.
No, but I don't think it's anybody's favorite.
No, yeah. So, not a gooder.
I hear you. Let's go. Let's get rid of that one then.
Yep.
Next up, episode 6: Seek, Locate, Destroy. Yeah, I have it ranked at number 20. I have a solid, top-notch 7 because it is just a great episode. I absolutely love this one. It gave us to the most important, one of the most important characters of all, Servalan, and another very important character is Stephen Greif's Travis. In a lot of Blake's history in there with Travis, just one of the best. I really do. I mean, anything you think 20's low, it's not. Remember how many episodes I love. So it's a top notcher, a number 20, and it's a 7. So number 1.
Thank you, Clobby. I like the physio psycho registration pattern. I think that's super cool. I love the dialogue. Jenna, Avon's right. Avon, I usually am. I love that the Supreme Commander Servalan is sexy and beautiful. I also love the fact that we see her as truly evil because she uses the men under her command as sex toys. And she is quite cruel about it. This is, I wrote in my notes, a thoroughly exciting and most enjoyable episode. So I gave it a 7 out of 7, just because I just think it's so good. Of course, the mutoids. It has mutoids in it. Of course, I'm going to like it. And it has Servalan, and she's walking around with her high beams on, and there's just lots of fun stuff happening. It's sexy, it's beautiful, it's smart, it's funny, it's everything. It's thoroughly exciting and most enjoyable. It's a 7 out of 7. Mark,
love it. Marco.
Yeah, well, I got to play this clip.
He will be exclusively concerned to seek, locate, and destroy Blake.
Yeah, that's your intro to
love her. I love her. Who doesn't love her?
She's spicy. Although the one thing I
horrible
didn't
monster, and I love her.
In this last episode, when she was worried, got attacked by the Sleestack, she seemed a little bit too ruffled. I wouldn't think Servalan would have gotten that ruffled. I forgot to bring.
Well, that's one thing. Yeah, but you know what? And I agree with you on that. But I've always had that. Hey, Rod Thunderheart, welcome, buddy.
Rod, hello, Alberta.
I agree with you on that, except that I think that, even the toughest person could have like this. She might just have a thing because it's a lizardy type thing. In other words, she'll kill him. I mean, she's a soul. She didn't become supreme commander of the military without being a soldier at some point, but she's also a spoiled brat. There are other episodes. She's an aristocrat, and it just can be something as simple as she's afraid of the creatures. Like if it had been a human, she'd have just shot him.
Yeah, and not only that, this is not a person who gets dirty. not physically, like
anymore,
not
yeah.
literally or figuratively. This is somebody who lives in a very modern society, like Claudia was saying, it's a very techno-modern society, and she's a killer, but she kills in a different way. She's a serial killer. She's a mass murderer. She's the person who presses the button and kills people. She's the person who puts poison or an explosive device or something that melts your skin. But to get herself physically dirty or to touch something that's slimy, absolutely Sexy Servalan is going to be like, get that away from me. So I definitely buy her being afraid of the lizard.
She could have a phobia. I mean,
yeah, but I just thought she should have recovered a little bit. It's okay, but I thought she should have recovered.
I got you. You just want her to be a tough chick. That's
hey,
okay.
Indiana Jones is afraid of snakes, dude.
That's true, but she didn't say she was afraid of lizard before.
You could have said lizards. Why did it have to be lizards?
Yeah, that's what she needed. But no, she's just such a great villainess, and just well written.
What did you think of this one?
Oh, this is a 7. Yeah, this is a great episode, and just and the horror of you find out the horror of the Federation even further in this episode. I won't play the clips. We got they talk about the death toll and the enemy. Well, here I got to play this one. Servalan clip.
Travis is an advocate of total war. He carries out his orders with meticulous thoroughness. An enemy does not cease to be an enemy simply because it has surrendered.
Yeah. So, but it surrendered. I don't know if you could hear that at the end.
But, he replied, "That's the philosophy of assassin, not a soldier."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a brilliant setup for Servalan, and how great. What's the actress's name? I'm forgetting her name.
Jacqueline Pierce.
Jacqueline Pierce.
Jacqueline
Just
Pierce.
amazing. So beauty and bronze together, I guess. And as Raquel said, the high beams are on. I never noticed that. I just noticed how cute she was. Yeah. But and of course Travis is Stephen Grief. What a great actor too. So this is a great intro to these characters.
Yep, passed not too long ago. The great Stephen Grief. He was a great actor. Okay, next up is Blake 7, season 1, episode 7, Mission to Destiny. Sherlock Avon at work.
Yeah.
I have it ranked at number 39. I have it a rating of it's a floating rating, I guess. Rating 3.5. I don't really consider it one of the greater ones or anything. I like there's really a lot of cool Avon stuff in it for getting to see Avon be a detective and stuff like that is the highlight of the episode. It's still not one of your greater episodes or stories to me personally. Murder mystery, like I said, Darrow carries it and makes it watchable, but it's not one of my favorites. It's got some clever stuff in it, but it's just not my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, what do you think?
I totally agree with Clobby as usual. I gave this a 5 out of 7 because I really like the idea of the worldwide blight, this fungus covering an entire planet. I think this is an excellent science fiction idea. It's a wonderful place to move. It's a wonderful thing to move the furniture of your mind in this way. And writing on the mind's eye, the idea of an entire planet that is dealing with this blight, this fungus that's on everything. Imagine if that happened to a planet you were on. That's crazy. Avon knocks out Sarah, and it's hysterical. You better get her out of here. I really enjoyed that. So he was going to give her some more because Sarah's a serial killer, right? If I remember correctly.
She's a murderer for sure.
Yeah, and also she's sadistic because she enjoys murdering people. So she's not only a serial killer, but she's a sadistic serial killer who enjoys it. And so in preventing her from killing someone, Avon slugs her, and it's just hysterical. I wish I could do that to every serial killer. Just have Avon punch him in the face. This is not my favorite, but because it's a decent murder, it's a murder mystery, but I wrote in my notes, not my favorite, but a decent murder mystery, well told. So for me, not a huge decline in rating. It's a 5 out of 7. Not my favorite, but certainly not the worst either.
Yeah, I agree. Marco?
Yeah, the web is definitely, in my opinion, worse than this one. But it slows doesn't really take the plot forward in terms of the fight with the Federation, which is not entirely bad because everything can't be about the Federation and their war or insurgency. But yeah, just not a great episode, but not terrible. But it's a middling episode, I guess, which is why you've got Clobbering Times as it ranked. Around number 39 you got up there, so it's about halfway. A little bit less than halfway, so it's not bad, but not great. Now I don't even have any clips from this episode either. So
that's right. The only one that was clippable is when he punches her out and goes, "You better get out of here." I really rather enjoyed that. But yeah. So,
well, that's a
Ravenscroft does not like this episode, by the way.
Yeah,
I hear you, Rave.
Yeah, I only gave it a 5.
Yeah, for example, the next episode, I think I got like 10 clips from it or something.
Well, let's go quick then. Duel is
no, I'm not gonna. Yeah, but yeah.
Episode 27. No, excuse me, episode 8, rather. I got ranked at 27, and I give it a solid 6. Duel. Number 1.
Okay, we had a tribute to Space Seed, and now we're going to have a bit of a tribute to Arena, but however, it's very loosely like Arena in my opinion. This is so atmospheric. The Planet of Graves. We have some chesticles on high beam, and there's a full high beam alert. Just the dialogue here, the Jirok and Cinefar, and just this is such a good episode. War is about the destruction of beliefs. That is I don't know if I said that or if that's a quote from the show.
Here's the clip.
Irreconcilable viewpoints. Your differences can only be resolved by the destruction of the other's belief. The classic pattern for war.
So let's just get down to the brass tacks here, folks. I have 2 pages of notes on this because I can't go into the notes because it would take too long. But here's something you need to know: this may be the best Blake 7 episode ever. This is so cerebral, so philosophical, so well done, so atmospheric. It has a feeling of science fiction, but it also has a feeling of Shakespeare. And I love every single thing that is said in this episode. I love everything about this episode. It is just so incredibly cool, mostly due to the Jirok and Cinefar idea and their discussions, their discourse on war and looking out on a planet, an entire planet of people who are dead, and a whole planet that's a graveyard, and just the oh my gosh, the commentary on war. It's just so good. This is a 9 out of 7 for me, and I just think it's spectacular. It is just so beautiful, intelligent, and well wrought, well executed, so enjoyable. 9 out of 7 for me.
Wow, nice. There are some great character moments as well. With one of my favorite scenes actually was Avon. The line where he goes, "I'm going to get some sleep." How can you sleep with all this going? With all what going on? Blake is sitting up in a tree. Travis is sitting up in another tree. Unless they're trying to throw nuts at one another, I don't see much of a fight developing.
Yep.
You're never involved, are you? Avon says, Gan. Have you ever cared for anyone except yourself? Says Villa. I have never understood why it is necessary to become irrational to prove that you care, or indeed why it should be necessary to prove it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Was that an insult? Did I miss something? Said Villa, and then Callie said, "You missed something." I love that exchange. Sorry,
it's so brutal too. In points like
it's great, yeah.
When the mutoid is like going to like stick that tube into Jenna in her jugular and like sap her right then and there, but then you also have this like you feel like you're watching something Shakespearean or Homeric. Like you really think it's Homeric at one point, or maybe even like Hesiod, because you get this idea that these are capricious gods, Cinefar and Jirok, and they're neither one of them is entirely good or entirely evil. One is less evil than the other. And then you also have this lingering discussion, not only about how no one is entirely good or evil, that gods can be capricious, and that we're stuck in this eternal battle of good and evil, and that there's so much gray area. We're going to be in that rut of good versus evil forever. And the toll will be the billions of lives in the graves. It's just, I cannot believe what is accomplished in this one episode of a television show. Just so beautiful, Homeric, atmospheric. It has so many elements of Gothic horror to it, and the best Gothic horror too, where there's no gore, but it happens inside of your mind. So it is so macabre. And there's so much suggestion and atmosphere that it's all happening inside of your head. You're pushing back the walls of the fictional world, and the fictional world becomes bigger. The mutoid sucking all the blood out of Jenna, but trying to do it in a way that is, I don't know, like less violent than a vampire. A giant tube in her jugular. They don't show it, and it doesn't happen. But this is the magic of this episode. 9 out of 7.
Wow. Mark?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't, but I'll just keep it short because you guys covered it so well. Just agreed. Love this episode, and great quotable lines. You did such a good job. I gotta play the nuts line.
Blake is sitting up in a tree, Travis is sitting up in another tree. Unless they're planning to throw nuts at one another, I don't see much of a fight developing before it gets light.
Avon is just such a great character. You just
did you have the other line too, or?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I have never understood why it should be necessary to become irrational in order to prove that you care, or indeed why it should be necessary to prove it at all.
It's just so well written and so well delivered too.
So good. It's not good. It's excellent.
Right. Yeah.
You got the one after it or no?
Let's
rough. It's fatal. I'm not too keen on.
No, it was that's not
probably no, I think
that was no, yeah, well, no, it was just when Villa said, "Was that an insult?" Or I admit I missed something, and Kel said, "You missed something." But anyway,
let's
get to our next one.
Yeah, but that's an A++er.
There you go. So you gave it a 7? Cool.
7, yeah, that's got to be a 7. Yeah, I'm working on my spreadsheet as we talk behind the scenes.
I do it. That was episode 8.
Did everyone hear me? Crap. Zap is here.
Let's see here. Episode 9, Project Avalon. I have this ranked way up there. That's 19, and that's up there, believe me, folks. Well, you know how much I love this show. I mean, yeah, it's when you're inside the top 30, that means I'm quite a fan. I'm a fan of the whole show, but you know what I mean. So I have a rate at a solid 7. This is a brilliant story, a beautiful story. I love every second of it. We get some pretty good Servalan and Travis in this episode. Not a lot of Avon, but you get one of the greatest Avon-Blake exchanges ever when Avon's making his report on the planet, and Blake asks him, "Does it support an intelligent life? Any intelligent life?" he says, and Avon says, "Does the Liberator?"
Does it support any intelligent life?
Does the Liberator?
There you go. I love that line. Great stuff. Avon, again, not one of your bigger Avon episodes, but Blake is very clever in this one as well. I love the lady playing Avalon. And we even got Glynis Barber as a mutoid, who will later see her down the road as a different character.
Mm-hmm.
But and that's not spoiler either, so just saying. Love it. One of my favorites. A top-notch episode. One of the best of the season 1. Number 1.
Agreed. This is one of the best of season 1 because if you just took this episode and you isolated it, I'm telling you for sure, 100%, I won't even discuss it. I won't even debate it. This is the objective truth, not the subjective truth. This could be a film. This is just so well written and is just so interesting and has such great ideas in it that this could 100% be a film. This is the one with the bioweapon. And I love the premise of the ice crystal harvesting and the murderous mutoids showing no mercy and just a completely subjugated population used for experiments, returning or submitting themselves for this torture because they have no choice. There's so much going on here. This is good stuff, and this could easily be a film. It's a 7 out of 7.
Excellent. Mark?
Yeah, another great great episode, and of course you can see by the quotes there, and just a lot of fun, and yeah, it just moves right along, and you can see how evil Travis is in this episode, and yeah, it's just great writing, and some great stuff in this, and yeah, what was another great quote from play one more from this one. This episode, oh, this is 9, right? Yeah, it's episode 9. Yeah.
It takes all my life. We'll destroy you, Blake. We'll destroy you. We'll destroy you.
And then one Serverline quote.
They excite people. The fact that he is still free gives them hope, and that is dangerous, Travis.
And your comedic effect here.
I don't know why it always has to be me. I'm tired of being indispensable.
So you get everything in this episode. It's got it all. So that's probably another 7. Like once I get my spreadsheet done. Yep, that's
you'll know for sure once you consult your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Episode 10, Breakdown. Rank. I got it at 21. Which makes it a fluctuating. Again, I made these ranks, a couple years back, anywhere from a 6.5 to a 7. So you can ballpark it at the 7 range, close for sure. I'm, anything beyond this point, if I have a 6.5 on it, that means it could easily be a 7. I love it. The great Julian Glover, one of the great British bad guy actors of all time, makes an excellent appearance in this episode, and of course, poor old Gan. Goes nuts. Finally, the limiter in his head goes crazy on him, and it's great. It's a great episode. I love it. But I'm gonna turn this over to number 1 now. What do you have to say?
Bossman, I think this is a really great episode. This is the one aboard the Space Laboratory XK72. And yes, it's terrible. We see some major abuse of future technology with what they stuck inside of poor Gan's head. Villa says something here that is just so profound and beautiful. Once again, we have Terry Nation speaking in such a cerebral way and accomplishing so much with dialogue and being so philosophical that he is just a champion. And I doff my cap to this marvelous human being. Villa says something. Now, you're sitting at home, and it's probably late where you are. Maybe it's not, but it's probably late where you are. And I want you to imagine if all of the lights went off in your house right now, and you had to get up and go and find your flashlight. But it was pitch black. Pitch black. You can't see anything. There's no light pollution streaming in your windows. You're in the black. What do you feel? Right? And we have Villa say, this is such a great quote about the human psyche and the things we're afraid of. Why should I find nothing terrifying?
What you see on the screen is exactly what's there. Absolutely nothing. Why should I find nothing terrifying?
Now, think about that the next time that you're frightened of dying. When you think to yourself, if there's nothing, if we don't know, why am I afraid? Why am I scared to reach out into the dark? So, why should I find nothing terrifying? What else do I like about this? The reason why I reduced it, I gave it a 6 out of 7. Now, there's lots of juicy, cool stuff happening here. Fiona was present that night, and we talked about the physics of time and black holes, and we talked about some things. I was not overly satisfied or happy with the idea that the entire hull buckled on the Liberator, but there were no consequences, that it completely repaired itself. So I didn't find that satisfying, and I actually found that beneath the standards of this show on a regular basis. So I didn't like that. So this was a 7 out of 7 full on, but that complete buckling of the hull, the entire ship being crushed and there being no consequences to it, it reversing itself, I thought was preposterous and somewhat annoying. So I gave it a 6. Mark?
Yeah, I can't remember my rating on this one, but yeah, I did enjoy this one, and he has some great lines.
Quote.
And yeah, some really great.
One of my favorites is in this one. Go ahead, you might have it clipped.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What is your favorite line?
After they were finally got out of the woods, they were getting almost to XK 72. It says, Blake, after this, no, before they got to it, right? It's Blake, in the unlikely event that we survive this, I'm finished. Staying with you requires a level of stupidity of which I no longer feel myself capable. Then Blake's response was purpose. Now you're just being modest.
That was a great
In the
line.
unlikely event that we survive this,
Yes.
I'm finished. Staying with you requires a degree of stupidity of which I no longer feel capable.
Now you're just being modest.
That is great. And I did a mashup of this one with Star Trek. I don't know. What did I do on?
Good. That's much better. Yes, there it is. There's the limiter implant. You can see it quite clearly.
I'm trying to thread a needle with a sledgehammer. What am I supposed to do? I can't remember.
Brain and brain.
What is
and of course, we all love Gan, right? You all love that big big guy, the big bear that's you don't want to get a fight with, the Hosk type character.
Olag Gan. I love it.
Can we please put Zathras through the Klingon rite of ascension? Can someone just go ahead and put him through the Klingon rite of ascension? Get out those.
What does it say? What's it say there? I can't. I
No, don't read the chat. Don't read the chat. If you read the chat, I will rover you.
Censorship.
Don't read the chat.
Oh, blue net.
Don't read Zath. Zath, that's it. Somebody give that man paint sticks.
Well, that was the science, though. You got to follow the science.
Look.
They found the paint.
Look, I'm going. Listen. Listen.
We're in trouble, Zach.
We're in big trouble. Yeah.
The F word on air.
A bolt hole, somewhere to run if things get too hot here.
The thought had crossed my mind.
Say goodbye to one bolt hole.
Say goodbye to one bolt hole.
It's not funny, Aiden.
It wasn't meant to be.
I love him.
I love him. Love them both. They're both great.
Good stuff.
All right, next is episode 11, Bounty. I have it ranked at number 31. I got it ranked at a solid 5. There's some entertaining moments, a lot of good character stuff in it, and it's an okay enough story. Not one of my big faves, but it's okay. Number 1.
Wasn't a big fan of the cross between Requiem for Methuselah and Squire of Gothos. We have these historical objects and recreations of periods on Earth and castles and artwork and music. There was one great line, though, that it was a cut above here, and one that you should be discussing in the pub once you get philosophical. And that would be civilization has always depended on courtesy rather than truth. And I need civilization right now. The ex-president says this, and I just think that it is a scathing, a blistering commentary on what it is like to curry favor, to want to be popular, to like farm, and of course what it means to be a politician. And I'll say that again. Civilization has always depended on courtesy rather than truth. And I need civilization right now. So the truth is uncivilized, folks. Quite good here. There's lots more in there, but let's just cut to it because we're running out of time. I gave this one a 5 out of 7. It's not that great. As I said, this one was the tribute to the Requiem for Methuselah and the Squire of Gothos, and it didn't sing with me, but it's still great. And we have that marvelous quote, 5 out of 7. Oh, and that's my worst. That has a red cat on it. This is my worst of season 1. I believe this is the worst of season 1.
Worse than the
and you
web?
gave it a
Wow.
and you gave it a 5.
Yep.
Worse than the web?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Number Mark.
Yeah, no, I hear what Raquel's saying on this one. I think I gave this one a 6, or maybe I gave it a 5 too. But there's some good moments in it, and this is the one, where they've got to break the president out. There was some good political intrigue, I thought, behind the episode, but it's not a total hit. Although as I said when I watched it, I thought that could have been quote unquote Doctor Who on that planet, or God, if they'd had Tom Baker play that character. But he had a lot of Doctor vibes, and of course, not a surprise since it's written by Terry Nation. But not an entirely bad episode, but I thought it dragged in a few places, but not bad though. I like this a lot more than the web, in terms of my enjoyment. But I don't have any clips from this one either. I'm surprised, but I thought I'd gotten that line. But yeah, this is good stuff. Good stuff overall, but not great.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
Yeah, for me,
but better than the web
had all of these science fiction ideas.
Yeah, you like that sci-fi concept.
I can be romanced in that way, and I can be incredibly forgiving if you throw a bunch of really cool, workable science fiction, imaginable, plausible science fiction at me. Then I'm like, ooh. But this one, just going back to Requiem for Methuselah and that Squire of Gothos, that guy in the castle idea, it just didn't sing with me, and so for me, it's the worst.
Yeah, so the way to Raquel's heart is not through a sitcom or romancy stuff or that kind of stuff. Yeah,
science fiction. All right, number 12, Deliverance. All right, I have it ranked at number 36, and I give it a rating of 4.5. There's a lot of. It's an okay episode with some, as Raquel likes to say, some great ideas and stuff like that. It was kind of filler to get us to the next one, though, with the stuff with Ensor. Some of the stuff, this overall science fiction bit with Avon and Megad, I really liked. Not so much all the taking up time with Jenna being caught foolishness. The stuff with Ensor and Blake and Callie, where it was okay. The Travis Serverland bits are extraordinary. When we really, if you had any doubts of how rotten those two are, the scenes, and there weren't a lot of scenes with them in it, but they're in this episode. The scenes with them in this one, will remove any doubts you may or may not have of how absolutely despicable those two are. And they're really great, well-written scenes. So overall, a good solid, solid episode. Remember, anything with a 4.5 is nothing to sneeze at, but not one of my favorites either. So I have it ranked at 36 and 4.5. Number 1.
I gave this one a 6.5 out of 7. It's not the strongest episode ever, but there are lots of juicy things here to sink your teeth into. I like a lot of the science fiction ideas here. I also thought Megat was hubba hubba, in the words of Fred Flintstone. I also love that somebody is so attracted to Avon, and I love his response. There's some sexual attention there and some sexual electricity there. And it's very obvious that the first time around that I watched Blake 7, I did not find Paul Darrow hot. Now I do. It's ridiculous. And And so, yeah, it's actually ridiculous because I'm like, ooh. So, like, I like him now. So, Megat has a terrible name, but I just love the sexual chemistry, and I love Paul Darrow. That boy needs a smooch.
Are you shipping them?
Pardon?
Uh-oh.
Are you shipping them?
No, I'm shipping myself, but I'm married.
I know. I couldn't help it. It was irresistible to me because
so some genuine hot and sexy stuff here that I thoroughly enjoy, especially because he feels entirely uncomfortable because of it, mocks himself, does not take advantage of her, and it's just this. If you want to put sexy in science fiction, it has to be done like this. Make it smart and sassy and believable. Have the chemistry, make something good. Like, watching Odo kiss Kira is like watching a mother bird feed her baby bird. It just makes you want to puke. There's nothing sexy about it. It's just nasty. This, however, sexy all day long. I also rank this as 6.5 because if you're looking for an episode to showcase some of Villa's best dialogue, this is that episode. He is just stacked with great dialogue in this episode, and you will laugh so hard through this episode. So not the strongest story, but everything else is so strong that I had to give it a 6.5. Plus, I mean, let's face it, I'm not going to lie. I now have a crush on Paul Darrow.
Oh, I love him. I can't begrudge him that. Oliver Belamonte. Hey.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
Indeed. Mark.
Well, great setup for the episode that we just watched. I think what did I give this, a 6? I can't remember. But just some great quotes, and of course some great Serverland lines.
You're almost as ruthless as I am.
You underestimate me, Travis.
Yeah. And Villa.
As it was promised, the Lord Avon will save our race.
And Villa has some great responses to that, but just there was just some great clips in this one.
Flight time.
500 Earth years. You won't be a legend in your own lifetime, then?
Earlier, when he said counting yourself, that's 2 people to think you're wonderful.
Yeah, right.
That's a great line.
You are truly Lord.
Counting yourself, that makes 2 people who think you're wonderful.
So just always top-notch dialogue, and these the last, of course, I'm not going to talk about that much about the episode we just reviewed, but these 2 together make great back-to-back episodes, and normally I don't like it when in Star Trek, I love the anthology format of Star Trek, but it does work for Blake 7, where you've got this is their mission. They're not out there exploring per se. They've got a cause, and it makes sense that the show is linear with a few side tracks here and there, but the linear nature doesn't bug me like it does on some other sci-fi shows, where sometimes I just wish we could have just a sci-fi.
Just tell me a story, gosh darn it. Right, Mark?
But the premise of this show calls for it to have a certain arc. Yet still we have one-off stories as well. So you get
but it does work so well.
They're not they're not an exploration vessel per se, but they do it. I mean, they get into those things sometimes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah. Well, and we've already reviewed this one. It's ORAC, of course, folks. I have it ranked at number 15. It's a solid 7, could be even better. It gives us ORAC. Like I said, it gives us ORAC. We got the great Avon shooting scene of the arm, and a nice cliffhanger. It's episode 13, of course, into season 2. And I will now proceed to tell you everything that happens in the next episode.
No, you won't. When DJ played nice has to leave.
DJ!
That sucks. Good night, DJ. Thank you for being here.
Take
You
care,
rock.
DJ.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. And thank you for joining. So we need to get down to beeswax. We've got a
We do. Let's have some more fun. Larry, sweetheart, can you please take out your June 1998 issue number 4, Star Trek Untold Voyages? Oh, that's okay, Zath. I forgive you, honey. You went through the Klingon rite of ascension. They painsticked you.
Hey, no apology. Zach,
No, don't apologize.
No,
Oh, no,
apologize.
you have to apologize for that. Don't you ever blue neck in
The
front
neck
of me
was
again, Zach.
blue. It was the Smithsonian.
No,
Mark,
apologizing.
I will end you.
I'm just saying you can tease around here. No need to apologize.
Yeah, we're just joking. Yeah, we're joking.
No, we're not, Zathras.
The neck was gray. Okay, the neck was gray. There are 4 lights, and the neck was gray.
Ravenscroft has to take off. Ravenscroft, please tell your girlfriend good night for us. Thank you so much for joining us. You were great company as usual. Thank you for your wonderful and thoughtful reviews and just your comments and your company. Take care, my friend.
Thank you. And I'll be right back. I got to grab a refill of my tea and honey to keep my voice going.
Go for it. Go for it. I will get our comic ready. Only one more to go after this. Dang it.
Zathras, I love you.
What the hell happened? What the? It didn't change.
What's the matter, darling?
My numbering did. The color of our names didn't change, and it's supposed to.
I was looking down, so I don't know what you did.
They're supposed to be orange. I had to change it myself.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, because I changed it. I mean, it wouldn't change. It stayed blue.
Right. Well, I don't know.
Freaking weird. Weird.
I try not to touch anything here because I don't want to panic you. So I don't touch anything while I'm in your show.
Oh no, it's fine. It's just gonna don't know what's bloody's going on there.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get this comic on here. We're gonna get you out of here early. I promise.
Okay.
Because I know we're not. Yeah. I know it's late over there for you. You're probably not feeling too good, so I want to get you.
I took an Advil.
Could do this quick
before I got on the show. I still have the headache. Still have the congestion. Still, the cough has subsided substantially. I mean, you get a few barks here and there, but that's it's just mostly the headache and the congestion, the sinus. It's horrible. It's horrible. Zathras, I love you.
You rock. It's always good to see you, Zath. Zathras is bad boy. Zathras got shin kicks, but not Zathras. Zathras did. So there you go. Oliver says it's hard to believe that Star Trek P. Hard wins best sci-fi TV series.
Get out of here.
Best actor, best actress, Jerry Ryan at the Saturn. You did some Saturn Awards. So.
Yeah, the Saturn Awards.
They're a joke. I'm so the Hugos turned into a joke too. They're all award shows are jokes now.
Well, Saturn Awards used to be for science fiction.
It used to be for science fiction. Now it's I mean, I know those are science fiction shows. Bad or good, they are, but they fall into that category. But they do a lot of other crap that has nothing to do with science. I mean, not even.
It's true.
Not even bad science fiction.
What's it for?
It's just another silly media award show. Again, I know they give lip service to science fiction, but I don't even know if they give anything to books anymore. Do they? I bet
I
they
have
don't
no idea.
do books. This is gorgeous young model that's from where I am. I met her at the con actually just a couple of weeks ago in New Orleans, and she hosted that. She was the host of that show. She hosts panels and stuff at that con, and I didn't ask her about that part of it, but I'm like, so they have models and they have other people. It's media people there. It's a bunch of actors and all that other stuff.
Larry, sweetheart, we're on 4. We're on
issue number 4, Larry. As soon as Mark gets here, we will begin.
Yep.
And but yeah, so I don't know. P. Hard's a piece of garbaggio, in my opinion, there, Oliver. But I'm not surprised they did that. So many people like that drivel. I don't know I guess that's better than Strangled New Worms winning it, I guess. Maybe. Not really much better, but
I don't know. Everyone that I know who likes the poopy stew crap that he told Vulture magazine was, more like Logan. He wanted Star Trek to be more like Logan in the MCU. I think it's the MCU. Anyway, the MCU. Yeah, every single person that I know that claims to like it, like acquaintances, they all those are the same people who, like, when they met me or years ago when I knew them, said TOS is stupid. That's a campy show. The effects are terrible. The stories are terrible. That's a dumb show. The real Star Trek started at TNG.
Screw them in the face. Kay Roberts, welcome.
Hey,
let me tell you something. You can be honest. I'm truly. You could like any. I understand people start at different points. Like anyone you want, like the most. But even if you're going to like one or the other, I mean, like whichever one you choose that appeals you the most is one thing. But never disrespect the one that started it all. Okay.
Yeah.
If you like one or the other one's better, fine. It really does not. I'm not kidding when I say I don't care. As long as you're not insulting the original, because to those who do, you would not have that show without the. It's like, people do that to. It happens in comics or whatever. People always disrespect the things that went before. Respect for what went before is very important to me. Not that we agree on everything. I don't care if you don't agree on, but if you can't show the proper respect. If TNG is your favorite show and you can't get into the original series, I don't understand you as a human being, but don't be disrespectful.
It's also the fact too that there are a lot of forces in our culture that are trying to convince people that they are so unique that they belong to no one, they belong to nothing. They're snowflakes, and that's problematic. And one of the reasons why that's problematic is because they say they don't like TOS and they make fun of it and they say it's shite, but because they think it's subjective. But Star Trek, the original series, is objectively good. And how we know it's objectively good is it was a television show that turned into a cultural phenomenon.
Yep.
And so when you're standing in front of the statue of David and you say, "Oh, I think that's shite," your subjective opinion, it means less than nothing. Like, just bugger off and shut up. And it's the same thing with Star Trek, the original series. When something is so beautiful and has such a profound impact on generations of people, and it's a TV show that becomes a cultural phenomenon, then it is objectively terrific. It's objectively excellent. So you going on social media to say, "Oh, that's a stupid show. It's campy. It's dumb. I hate it." You look like an idiot because you're not a snowflake and your subjective opinion is shite.
See, I've been putting up with that kind of crap. That was really big in the somewhere like the late 80s into the early 90s when TNG was starting to get more popular and was, it was actually had big, it grew its big legs and it was actually going into its fifth, sixth season, that sort of thing. And it was getting some TV popularity. The movies never really were that big, but when it was getting a lot of popularity and it was getting a lot of respect, and I would not have minded because I even watched it myself when it first came on. I'm like, okay, new crew, that's cool. I'd like to see what that's like, and I watched it. We reviewed it here, but then when I had to put up with crap from idiots saying it's better than the original, I said, look, I don't mind you liking something better, but when they would do it, they would insult the original to exalt the one they like the best. That's when I got into a lot of fights over that kind of crap.
Yeah, me too.
But I'll tell you this, and so it used to happen. That made me, as a younger man, made me more bitter and not so well disposed toward the other ones. Like I thought TNG was okay, and then I started being very critical of it. And the other, it just did that. When I got a lot older, I've started watching the other ones later. But it was always, I mean, when I said the words "real Trek," I meant TOS, and that was it. That was for the longest time. You can ask Tex. Tex is still that way. But he gets mad at me for even watching it and reviewing any of this stuff. He don't like to review this crap. These old.
I wish he'd join us. He would have so much fun as I tear it to shreds. Look at this beautiful comment
he'd have to watch
Roberts. He says Zennials are doing hundreds of reaction videos to TOS on YouTube. It feeds the starvation for storytelling even now. What a beautiful thing to say.
Which is where I was going with this. Now, just over the past 3 or 4 years, I've noticed even younger people people that are about a generation below mine, some, because not too many of them around my age did this anyway, but people a little bit younger than me, and then some a lot younger. I haven't heard the disrespect for the original series that I used to hear in the late 80s and into the 90s. It's gone. A lot of that's gone away. You don't hear it as much. Yeah, there are people that like the filth and all that crap. I mean, some of them, and even some of those still like even fools who like the filth inexplicably still are not talking, don't usually, or a lot of them don't talk bad about the original, and a lot of them claim that they love it all. How you can, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go there right now, but a lot of them, I hear a lot more people that the original series has gotten to a point where it's not getting that kind of crap that it used to get in the 80s, late 80s and into the 90s. I haven't gotten to those arguments in decades now where the people were trashing.
Well, but
the
it's
original.
still out there.
I'm not saying it's not.
Mark showed me a video. Do you remember the video he showed us? I can't talk about it on air.
Not really, but he can remind me later.
Oh, just we're talking about whether or not like newbies.
Oh, I've been listening the whole time. I got my headphones, but the which
the one where the person couldn't finish watching.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Yeah, that's something we can.
We'll talk about that off.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. But
anyway, here we go. All right, folks.
I was going to say, Shatner's not that important and Captain Kirk to Star Trek. Why even bother putting him on the poster, right? I
what?
mean,
Shut up! What's your problem?
I'm joking.
Don't go there, dude.
You better be
but
joking.
That's the whole point of how they're.
I hear you, but man,
picking on the original. I know. Let's go. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Keep going.
You say stuff
like
that.
Throw that bomb out there.
No, you throw a bomb, and you think Raquel's not going to go be the bomb squad. Like that.
Just call me the bomb squad.
You are.
I love you.
And he knows it. He'll throw something out there, and you're gonna go, yeah. Look, she's not gonna touch that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm the bomb squad.
You are.
I can't wait to tell everyone in my family that Clubby called me the bomb squad.
Well, aren't you the one that if someone throws one out there, you can't resist it? You got to grab it. If someone throws something out there in the chat, or if Mark says something that he knows is going to get you going.
Mark,
I of course never say anything to trigger you. Well, maybe not never.
Get out of here. Clobby, tell us about Star Trek or the Untold Voyages. Are we going to do the video?
First, I want to tell you about a beautiful video that the most wonderful first officer in the fleet made for us. And we can't do our Star Trek comic review without that. I love this, and everyone does too. Number one, thank you for it. And here we go.
Warp drive, Mr. Scott. Ahead warp 1, Mr. Sulu.
Accelerating to warp 1, sir.
Love it. Thank you so much, everyone. Big round of applause to the Greatest first officer in the fleet, Commander R.M. Briggs.
Thanks, boss.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for teaching me about comics, guys.
Oh, we love having you aboard as a comics geek. Okay, a comics nerd, but that's good enough. Let's see. All right, everyone. Star Trek comic books. Basically, and since not too long before the original series was canceled in the late 60s, it moved over to another format. There were some books, of course, some novels, and some novelizations of episodes, but there were also comic books. Gold Key Comics took up the license in the States anyway, and there were some British stuff, of course, but in the States it was Gold Key Comics for well over a decade. Then eventually, when Star Trek, or over about a decade, solid decade, something like that, when the Star Trek the Motion Picture was released, it was the license was picked up by Marvel Comics to adapt the motion picture, and it lasted for about a comic series for about 18 issues, or give or take. I think it was 17, 18. And then DC Comics got it for a good bit over a decade. And eventually the couple of the other shows, DS9 and Voyager, what have you, were picked up by Malibu, and the rights were DC and Malibu at some point split up. And in 1997, Marvel got together with Paramount and created a line called Paramount Comics, where they had all the licenses in various series of Star Trek comics, and this one is entitled Star Trek Untold Voyages. This, of course, we've reviewed the first 3 issues, and now we're on number 4. So here we go. It is Star Trek Untold Voyages number 4. There's your cover. Cries in the Dark. Mr. Screwloose on the cover with Shikuf and Uhura and Omal and green thingies. Mm-hmm. And it has a $250 cover price. My goodness.
That's expensive.
Yeah, look at Canada. It's $350. Wowzer.
Was this an extra pages? Was it more than 22 pages, or was this
not? I don't think so. They were just getting comics were about that at that point. Stuff's better as they are now. All right, so anyway, this comic, everyone has a recap page that you don't have to mess with. I mean, it just shows you what happened in the previous issue. Excuse me. You got me doing it now. Number 1, damn it.
Sorry. Talkie toaster.
Oh my goodness! Would anyone like any toast?
Yes.
Want to start it? Anyone want
some toast?
Oh, so you're a waffle man. Marty's daddy. Have a good night, buddy.
Good night,
Steve. Are you leaving? Good night, Steve.
Later, brother.
Time to go. Good night, good people.
Yeah,
good night, sweet. Can you kiss Maddie for me?
Be good, buddy. Star Trek TNG wins the Lifetime Achievement Award plus Best Featured Guest Star from Paul Wesley and Star Trek Strangled Dude Worms Scattered Awards. Yeah, okay.
Disgusting.
I hate nude.
They got a 40-year-old dude trying to play a young Kurt before he became a captain. 40. This guy's 40.
Get out of here.
I'm against recasting anyway, but I'm just saying, you don't even guys, like that dude looks about as much like Kirk as my. I almost said it. No, I'm not gonna say it.
You almost said it.
As my. I didn't. I stopped myself. But anyway, so you have a nice little recap page if you care. Anyway, Captain's log, stardate 95.3 hike. The Enterprise has been headed. I can't help it. Okay, so basically the Enterprise has been. I guess I'll read the log so we'll know what's going on. Headed for Parades. Is it Parades? Parades? What the hell? Parades 4. Audience nothing. A strategically important and non-aligned planet that has finally agreed to open up diplomatic relations with the Federation. But a scientific discovery of great significance in another sector of space now requires the immediate presence of the Enterprise, forcing me to consider a sudden change of plans. The Paradisians, however, are a race to whom etiquette and protocol are almost a religion, and any delay in our arrival would be considered a major insult and a diplomatic disaster. So an elegant solution has been devised, and I don't know why I'm talking like this, because Captain Kirk doesn't talk like this. Oh no, of course not. I mean,
He doesn't.
Captain Kirk does not talk like that. Shuttlecraft Enterprise, we are free and clear. Now the shuttlecraft Hoyle, I don't know about that. Play according to Hoyle, but okay. I would love to, it should be the Columbia or the. If you're not going to be the Galileo, you should be the Copernicus. Remember the.
And I don't like that the Delta's on its side.
Yeah, because we didn't see shuttles in the motion picture from that side. The motion picture shuttles, did we? I guess
I don't
not.
think so. Not in the TMP, no.
They may. I guess they've had Deltas on the side before, but what is this? Blake 7?
Yeah, because
why is the Delta on the side?
Yeah,
Spock is in a Klingon shuttlecraft.
What?
Protocol.
When
he
Vulcan.
Vulcan. Yeah. What is that? Klingon? Oh, jeez, I'm still.
It's okay.
What is it was Vulcan?
It happens sometimes. West is here. West.
Wes
How's it
Cagle.
going, sweetheart?
That's right. I saw him earlier. Wes Cagle. Hello there.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see him come in earlier. I'm so sorry.
So happy the Superman 78 1987 4K collection won a Saturn Award. Oh, cool. There you go. All right. So, all right. Anyway, so anyway, it's a cool looking shuttle. I just don't. I mean, I don't know if we've ever. It almost looks too much like a TNG shuttle with that front like that. No, because it's more like the Trek 5 shuttle. Now that I think about it, there was a shuttle in Trek 5 that had a front like that. Anyway, all right, whatever.
Well, that was
Minor
like
stuff,
it was more of a pod looking.
It looks sort of like the one in Trek 5. Anyway,
I'm not a Star Trek engineer. I usually have to call on Wolfie for
we
that.
need Wolfie.
Do
this one.
Do you want to see a shuttlecraft from?
They have nacelles. I mean, it's got warp capability.
Here we go. Here's.
We're just Clobby and I are just wondering how period correct it is, and it's not. So.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it looks sort of like the one from Trek 5, and this is older though. But what's that now?
Well, here's a TNG.
Let's see.
That's the TNG shuttlecraft.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it
look at
looks
the
similar to
delta on
that.
its side. Why?
Yeah, that was like it. There's a Magellan there.
No
So
one should be
that's-
doing that.
It's almost like they kind of just looked at it. This one in this comic is close to a TNG.
Yeah, he probably had TNG on his brain. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, there are other hints that he's got TNG on his brain. We'll talk
Writing
about
wise.
that after.
Yeah. So anyway, here's one. Here's a problem here that isn't adequately addressed for me from get go. If you have the Enterprise needed to be sent off to because from this gigantic scientific breakthrough,
right?
Why would you? I mean, if you wanted to come up with a reason for Spock to be with Kirk, you need to do better because Spock should be in charge of that mission. He's the science officer and the first officer.
Well,
if there's a reason for him to have to go with Kirk, fine. You need to find out what you need to make it happen. It's not. You said a shuttlecraft bearing myself, Commander Spock, Dr. McCoy, and Federation Ambassador Alec Raymond. What if it's meant for Alex Raymond as a head? Will head from Paradis 4 and handle the diplomatic duties, while the Enterprise, under the command of Lieutenant Sulu, will travel to the Duran system, where the scientific discovery awaits. Go ahead, number one. And I want to say
okay. Well, here's my issue. I have the same issue you have, but I'm going to also unpack the Sulu thing. The Sulu thing is the TNG generation fan interpretation of the chain of command. So the TNG people believe that the chain of command is Kirk, Spock, Sulu, Chekhov. I believe that's what I'm pretty sure.
Although Scotty was in command a lot of times when Sulu was there.
But hear me out here. That's the TNG interpretation, and it's the fan interpretation. But we know from the block text, and we know from the writings of Gene Roddenberry and the confirmation from the block text that is not the chain of command for TOS. So you can tell this is a TNGer, and he's using fan lore, not Gene Roddenberry. So if it's Gene Roddenberry, the chain of command, as you well know, because we covered this when we covered TOS, and it is confirmed in the block text, it is confirmed in the writings of Gene Roddenberry, who got into a fight about this, that it is supposed to be Kirk, Spock, Scotty, Uhura. So for me, at the outset of this comic, I'm like, okay, so this is a TNGer who's writing this comic, and they're also using fan information instead of Gene Roddenberry for the chain of command, because Sulu is not third in command, and certainly Uhura is not below Chekhov. So and just remember, folks, when we discussed this, that Gene Roddenberry was incensed by this. He got into a huge fight with the studio about this. This involved a TOS episode where she wasn't put in charge when she was directly supposed to be put in charge. And Gene Roddenberry was quite upset about it. So reading this comic, you need to be made aware of that this would be a TNGers fan lore interpretation of the chain of command. And you'll find it everywhere. They got it on their stupid Reddits and all their crap. It's all factoid fan crap. But that's not the chain of command according to Gene Roddenberry, who even tried to enforce it above the studio people at the time. And like I said, that would be Kirk, Spock, Scotty, Uhura, not Sulu. Sorry.
Yeah, because my question is this. Obviously, Kirk put. I know. Again, a lot of people. Whether I don't know what these guys are, but I know that a lot of people don't do the deep dives you do. So they watch episodes and they go from there. For example, Errand of Mercy had Sulu in command, even though Uhura is in the episode. And remember, Scotty's not in that episode, nor is McCoy. It's the only time McCoy was. So they see stuff like that, and they just go. I mean, they don't think much about it, and they know that Sulu, because this is years after, like Undiscovered Country. They know he's going to be a captain in the future.
Yep.
So they just wanted a reason to do a Sulu captain story.
That's right. That's exactly what they're doing there. You can tell that these are the people who were really, really hoping for that. They wanted a lot of people, a series or a film.
A lot of people, even people who watched a lot of Trek, don't know what you just talked about. Is information very few people. I would be shocked if any more than 5 to 10% of Star Trek fans, even hardcore, know what you just said. And a lot of people here only know it because you've talked about it for years now.
Okay, well, I got a mind blank right now. What was the episode where they had the guy take command? He was a helmsman. What episode of TOS is it?
Well, Mr. Hansen in Menagerie Mr. Hansen was in charge of the Enterprise when Spock was not there. McCoy was there, but Spock was not there, and Uhura was. Remember, and then Spock came back to the ship.
I think that's the one where Gene Roddenberry marched in and got into a huge fight and said, "She's fourth in command. She's fourth in command," and they used that actor instead.
Right.
I could grab that out of the block text, but just so everyone knows, we're Clobbering Times. We're already on record 3 years ago correcting this fan lore. 3 years ago, we corrected this. This was confirmed in the block text by Paula M. Block, Terry J. Erdman, and this was directly out of Gene Roddenberry's mouth. So anyway,
I think I first read about that in one of those. Was that World of Star Trek book, or no? What was Inside Star Trek? One of those talked about it, or a buddy of mine was. We've gotten the conversation before, long before I met you, with somebody. I can't remember exactly who it was now. That we talked about that, and I have the book. I can't remember which one it is. The Robert Justman. No, I can't remember. But anyway,
I know that there's another Paula M. Block book that talks about it, and I've never heard of it before. And it fell into my lap as a title like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago when I was like super sick, and I had to order it from somebody who had it in their used holdings, so it's on its way. But
it has book or
it's a. No, it's actually it's a full production book done by Paula M. Block, and it is all like original source material reporting on all of the production behind the scenes for. Just wait 1 second, Mark, and I'll give you that title, darling. Just got to go to my stupid Amazon and grab
Mark,
it.
what was the name of that book we were looking at when we were going to mention to Raquel about?
Yes, Star Trek in the 70s.
The other night. We found some cool books
by Mark Cushman, and
okay.
Yeah.
You have to send that to me, Mark, please, because you know I'm going to want it. But Mark,
We'll show you that. Yeah.
do you have something called Star Trek Action?
I do not.
Mark, you got to get on the internet because this book is really hard to find. If you have to get it on on Amazon, just get it on Amazon. Doesn't matter. I got one in, I think, very good condition. Or is it excellent condition? I don't know, but I just bought it. Just get it immediately. Because this one is not even a listed title, and it has Paula M. Block, who is the authority on this stuff, who only uses original source material. She does not go to fans or user-generated sites. And this is her book. And Terry, her husband, Erdman, they worked on this book together.
It's
and
from 1998.
That is the definitive production book. So you got to pick that up, bud.
Larry, by the way, I know what you're talking about, but actually Scotty flew Kirk to the Enterprise dry dock in a pod. It wasn't a shuttle.
That was a pod in TMP.
But yeah, he said this shuttle, maybe a ground-based shuttle, not an Enterprise shuttle. I'm not sure. I think it's an.
I see exactly.
I think
what
it's
he's
an Enterprise
saying.
shuttle. Yeah.
Yeah. The pod is only used in Space Dock from Space Dock to whichever ship it's servicing, and whereas the other style of shuttle, it can be deployed to the surface of a planet.
Right.
It's called Larry, sweetheart. It's called Star Trek: Action!
Okay.
Let me put it in the chat for everyone. It's there's a lot of used copies. I'm going to buy one for $6. So
just get it. Hurry up and get it. Don't mess around, or you won't get it. Just get it.
By the way, the shuttle in this comic is a long range because it's got warp capability.
Yeah.
Anyway, so okay, so there we are. Like it or not, it's a Sulu story. So here we go. They talk about the mission, and Kirk is not thrilled.
Do you think Kirk would say that? I had a big problem with that line, that you would say
me too.
I should be a boarder and not taken off on some diplomatic mission. I mean, if Starfleet orders him to a mission, I don't know if you'd say it that in those words. I guess I didn't like that line, but, but I don't know if you guys.
I know he wasn't a big fan of diplomatic missions, but yeah, he would.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Take it easy now, Jim. You're being such a grouch. I'm just kidding. I don't know. So anyway, pretty good art here. We'll get to the art credits, but actually, nice page.
Yeah, really nice page.
Very nice stuff. Again, here we go. Stardate 7795.5. Hike. Acting. I'm sorry, Captain Lieutenant. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I love this page here. This is really nice.
Yeah, me too. I think it's beautiful. And
beautiful
know,
page.
like Mark and I, if Mark and I could have that in a poster, that would be in both of our houses.
I'd be loving it. Yeah.
That's a great splash pledge. Yep.
Silent Cries by Glenn Greenberg. Michael Collins, penciler, inker, Keith Williams, colorist, Matt Webb, letters, Chip Elapalopoulos, sorry, Chip. Tim Tuhey, editor, Bob Harris, a big pile of manure. Special debt of gratitude to David Michelini and Walt Simonson, two pretty big names in comics. That must be their story idea. That makes sense, kind of. Two of the greats as far as comic writing was concerned at that point in time. So, wow, I wish they'd done the comic. And I'm just kidding. No, I like this. I like the art. This one's very not bad for the most part. Again, some fairly decent.
That doesn't look like
right here, but she doesn't. She's got kind of. Well, the hair is still very 70s, but yes, that doesn't look like her. She looks like Pam Grier.
I don't know who that is.
Very famous actress of the 70s.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, well, that doesn't look,
films.
That does not look a thing like my beautiful Nichelle Nichols. Nichelle Nichols is a very, that doesn't look like her.
He was looking at pictures of Pam. I'm convinced, especially with this panel here for sure. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think it's that terrible, but anyway. So there you go. It's awful.
And got the nose totally wrong, got the mouth wrong, got the chin wrong, got the eyes wrong, made her look super masculine
I've seen
when
worse.
she's gorgeous and feminine. And you know what I mean?
I can't wait for you to see some of the really
Oh my
crappy
God.
comics.
Yeah, but you have to realize how I feel.
I
right?
know,
Like,
I know.
I grow up looking at this woman who is a communications engineer and an astronaut on a ship. She's also the department head, fourth in command in the military when women aren't even in the military when I was a kid. And then I become a communications and technology scholar. Granted, I'm not an astronaut, but I'm just saying, like, she means a lot to me. She means a lot to me, and she was incredibly beautiful. And I don't know, like, what picture this person was looking at, but that's not Nichelle Nichols.
Artists do their best sometimes. I don't know what to tell you there, but I will say I had some slight reservations about the dialogue on this page. Then I gave it a pass because I'm like, yeah, people do talk about stuff that happened in the past. This is very fansy, very fan servicey where they're talking about episodes.
Fun member bears.
Remember episodes, but that's okay. Scotty looks decent here. Looks terrible right here, but
yeah.
Rushed panels. You know. What can I tell you? They had deadlines and stuff, but they're talking about Mirror and Enemy Within and Naked Time. But that's okay. It's just kind of for fans. It's like
that was fun. I liked it.
Nothing.
Yeah, Larry brings up something that I noticed when I was reading it that freaked me out. And maybe Clobby can explain it, but Larry and I are both a little bit freaked out by this. Why is the comic called Cries in the Dark, but inside it's called Silent Cries?
Because covers are usually done at the last minute, and they're done by. In this case, he actually did the cover, but. I take it back. Excuse me, I got it backwards. Sometimes covers are done first.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends. Every editor is different. And at the last minute, the writer will change the title of his story.
Mm-hmm.
And the cover's already been sent off. They'll send the covers off first sometimes. Now, editors will do that.
Takes longer to print. It takes longer to print.
Covers and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And my guess is on this case, somehow, for some reason, they just changed the title on the splash page way after the cover was sent off to the printer. But it could be backwards now. Sometimes it's the other way around, but they weren't on the same. Oh boy, it's a terrible pun. Like,
they weren't on the same page.
Same page.
Shin kicks.
Well, it fits. It works. So. Don't you get points for a pun if it actually makes sense?
I love your puns. I just love teasing you. Your puns are fantastic.
Personal foul, crackback, 85, offense, 15-yard penalty.
Well, punish me. It would have been a time when this here. This was kind of silly but funny.
Dig. Yeah.
Him explaining, because they were all kind of, they got this from Walter Koenig because he came up. He kept being asked over and over again how Khan knew him. Yeah, how he knew him, and he used to just make up shit at cons, from what I've heard.
Yeah, this is
and
more fan service. Like this whole episode is very fan fiction, fan factoid. I could come up with another F word if you want to hear it.
Right. Well, go ahead.
But that's a good
the F word with the ERY ending.
But that was kind of funny when he said, "I don't believe it. I've been typecast."
Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. That's
a good likeness of him there on the left panel.
Yeah. Again,
hey, we're the monkeys.
This is TNG-ish in the sense that, let's face it, if you watch the original series, it's about the Trinity and Scotty's there sometimes. Everybody else is background, no matter how much we love them. In this, these writers will tend to write these comics, just like they do novels, giving the other characters more things to. Hence, a Sulu story, So, which you didn't get, you were never going to get you probably were never going to get. If it'd gone 2 more years, and maybe you'd have got a Sulu story, but who knows? Yep. Maybe you would have because it had been gone long, but you didn't get one in the first 3 years. You got sort of a Chekhov story and Way to Eden, and it wasn't really. He just has a more prominent role in it. So, yeah,
Spectre the Ghani had a nice role in that too.
Well, I'm saying, they put him in episodes.
But not a
focus episode though.
Solo episode, no. Yeah, you're right.
The guy's a legend in his own mind, so and I find him super annoying. So
good one, Larry. penalty. In fairness,
excellent.
This was pre-internet days when we thought we liked. At least
Yeah, but now we don't.
No, because
now he's a don't.
He's a jackass.
And now he's a don't.
He's a don'ter.
He's a don't talk to me, okay? I don't care.
So we beamed down to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Captain's long start 877-981. It doesn't say Ike. We've arrived at this planet, and I really didn't have anything to say, but I just thought it'd be cool to make another captain's log because I'm the captain. I'm sorry. I like making captain's logs just so Kirk has to listen to it when he gets back. Anyway, so they beam Sadownza.
Oh, redhead.
Meet a redhead. And this is we got a blonde Andorian over here. Sure. Okay. Sure.
Why blonde?
And we got a
Did
big
somebody
heady.
dip him in urine?
I guess so. Oh, that's terrible. Anyway, I thought this was a very interesting concept.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was pretty Trekish.
It was
this creature.
Yep.
And they called the crier.
Mm-hmm.
For those who do not know, this creature this woman has discovered that it can result of our discovery what it absorbs electromagnetic impulses such as subspace radio transmissions and then transmits them at nearly the speed of thought to distances far and wide across space. This ability, if it can be harnessed, would be an incredible boon, allowing almost instantaneous communication throughout the galaxy. We know very little else about the crier at this point, other than the fact that it seems to be totally non-sentient, incapable of conscious thought. Now, how do you know that? But okay.
Oh, that was a big red flag for me. And look at how terrible Sulu looks there.
Sean Carter
from Mars. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, still pretty interesting. Starfleet ordered you here to help us transport the crier to an advanced research facility where it can be studied even more extensively. Dr. Carver, do we really have the right to remove this creature from what seems to be its natural habitat? Oh my, I'm sorry. Because of its potential importance to the galaxy and its apparent non-sentience, we're well within our rights here, Commander.
Get out of here.
That's
not Star Trek.
I guess we might as well get started then. Well, yeah, because she's saying that, but Starfleet's letting her say it. The Federation's approving this.
It could be one particle of inorganic matter stuck in the Matrix.
Then again, it may not. So, yeah, you don't think the Federation would go for something like that?
No, I do not, and I do not buy the fact that something that could communicate all those messages in multiple languages would not be sentient because it's completely organic.
But that's what kind of gets me. Why would
I don't like it?
Try to communicate with it? Sure.
But it doesn't answer.
Then leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure they should. I don't know where they get the right to mess with it.
It's not a good writer. It's a fan writer. But look at how nice Chekhov looks there. Finally looks like Chekhov.
That's pretty Chekhov-y right there.
And can I just say, really nice job on the hands. I learned that from Hungry Boy, HB. Hands are hard to draw, and his hands look terrific.
That's why they never show feet. They're even tougher to draw. Ask Rob Liefeld. And I'm not kidding. I ought to say the feet are really tough to draw, but I don't.
Yeah, that's what they complain about. That panel's terrible.
So
that one's beautiful, but that one's shite.
Mr. Screwloose, sensors detect.
God, I love you.
Entering the system, closing us rapidly. Oh my, yellow alert. I can identify the ship. So I'm sorry. I like Sulu. I just don't like what's his face. This is a nice place right here. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love that ship. Orions, oh my God, they're a bunch of jerks.
This is the first time Sulu looks like Sulu. Look.
Yeah, that's a pretty
good
Sulu right there.
Yeah, but that's the first time in the comic that it looks like him.
Now, again, this is these guys. I mean, look, I watch the movies as much as you do, guys, but Corny, he's thinking to himself, which is a variation on "so much for the little trading cruise" from Mather Khan, but it's so much for the little scientific mission. Jesus Christ, guys, really? Just no.
Yeah, it's too much fanfic in this one.
That's fanny. But you know what? DC used to do that all the time too. Some of the writers would, like Marv Wolfman and some of the other ones that would write some of those DC comics, would have dialogue like that. They would rehash dialogue. And this was like everybody who's watched, everyone here has watched Wrath of Khan 1,000 times, dude. And so we know what that line means.
Excuse me, 2,000.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. So much for the little lunar training. Not funny.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's a cringy there. I don't know. No, it doesn't mean much, but still.
No, it's cringy.
Beast of Sulu, the commander of the Orion Squadron.
I'm sorry, his name is not Sulu. It's Mr. Screwloose.
Mr. Screwloose, sorry. No doubt it's a move to distract us from intercepting the two fighters. Oh my, but put it on the screen anyway. Oh my. I am Radine, commander of the Orion Blacks. This way, if it were like the animated series, you know, all the bad guys talk to him. I am Radine, commander of the Orion Black Star Squadron.
That's Jimmy Doohan. Jimmy Doohan did all those voices.
Exactly. But he did do it like with it. We are taking possession of the great discovery made here. Sorry.
How about some Bem? Can you do Bem?
I didn't think you could do Bem's voice. How did Bem cost like this? Oh my God.
Ryan Syndicate generals that talk like Bem. You know
yes.
How funny that is.
I'm trying to remember how Bim talks. Let's see. Let's see. Does Bim that talk like that? Is it how they talk a little bit like this? Don't even try to deceive us. We intercepted a coded transmission from a Federation science team under 12 to Starfleet Command on Earth.
It's Bem.
It's Duran 12.
Oh, yes, Duran. But this transmission was only seconds old, and we were in a neuron system more than a galaxy away. It should have taken at least 3 weeks. I can't do it anymore.
So how'd they get there so quickly?
Yeah, well, good question.
Fanfic. Right? It's a fanfic.
Well, most comics are. And when it comes
I
to
like
stuff,
I like the sci-fi element of the crier and the increasing transmission speed, but then if you were half of a galaxy away, then they should have said, it doesn't make sense. How'd they get there?
Oh, he's talking about the transmission should have taken at least
to reach our location. So then how did they get to the planet so quickly?
You got me, Captain. I guess warp speed's faster.
Crap,
I don't know.
Crap.
We were able to break your Federation code. No easy task, I assure you. But once accomplished, we knew all we needed to know about what was found on the planet below. Mein friend, schnell. Where are my Orion slave girls? Hey, don't you have any Orion slave girls?
He looks like he should sound like Kratos, but the boss is making him sound like Bem.
How did they break the Federation code?
Clubhouse stuff going down right now.
You had to bring up Bem.
Yeah, and the Federation code, how would they break with the supercomputers they'd have in the future?
Yeah, they just said we did. They didn't say how.
Unless Starfleet had to put in a back door so that they could break into it, like all our modern devices have that we're finding out. Apple they found out how to back door in the iPhone with they can break through. But there's no way you could break through a Starfleet code without. By brute force. I mean, the computers. But anyway, that's just another nitpicky thing. That kind of thing doesn't ruin the comic.
Picking across the universe. That's all three of us. That's what we do.
Sulu. The two fighters are headed for the planet and are now within range of our tractor beams. Mr. Screwloose, sorry. Radine, this creature is, oh my, a living. Wait a minute, it's a living organism under our protection now. What about before when you said you're going to use the hell out of it? It's spoiled.
Yeah.
It is being taken into custody. Oh my, for study and research, and we will resist any attempts to seize it unless you've got some Orion slave girls to trade for it, of course. Well, not for me, but the rest of the crew. Sorry. All right. That's a nice shot right there.
Yeah, and none of the pictures of Uhura look even slightly like Uhura.
Nope. And I don't know why Savage Dragon had to be in this comic.
The Enterprise looks good, though.
The Enterprise looks good, but doesn't he look like... That's a good check off there, but doesn't he look like Savage Dragon, sort of?
A little bit, yeah.
Now, this is pretty cool right here.
Yeah, I like that.
Not too bad. Even though and they're not too terrible action. Yeah. He's not an awful artist. He's just not one of those better ones. He's not good with deadlines. You can tell. I mean, plus, to be honest with you, this inker kind of sucks. No offense.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of all right. Since the story is pretty much just sort of there. Damage control. Cheekoof. Everyone get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Or the sick bay. Dr. Chapel, we need on the bridge. And then Spider-Man shows up and says, can I help you guys? I love Star Trek. Don't leave home without me. War dice. Enterprise Arch. Got to get something out of this, right? Our vessel. Our vessel. You got it wrong. It's our vessel.
Mm-hmm.
The nuclear vessels. Our vessel destroyed. 2 disabled. Only Radine's fighter remains active. And what? So you screwed up there. You forgot the W. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Radine is attacking on his own. His disruptors have penetrated a shield. Oh my. Sorry. Uhura, damage report. Over here, Christine. It's Omal. Omal. What a name to give this dude. Omal. We never know what planet that dude's from, do we?
No. I don't think it says, not even in the folder.
No.
I don't think it says. We didn't get to, there wasn't an introduction of the new crew like there was with that other comic that we watched.
I don't think though. No, there might be. I'll have to go back and check.
Yeah, anyway. That other one that we did, what was that one called again? The Early Voyages? That one had we had like a staff meeting in Early Voyages, which was really nice because in the staff meeting we got to meet everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if they did the they didn't do the character or him anyway, I don't think. Hi, heroes. It's Stan here. I hope you don't mind if I take up your... Wait. I do mind, Stan. Shut up.
Well, yeah, he takes credit for the cover of Spider-Man Amazing Fantasy number 15. It doesn't mention Jack Kirby, but don't read that. You'll get angry.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, no. He doesn't have enough high blood pressure medication to read that. Why'd you tell him about that, Mark?
I was just going to
You just drop a bomb, and then comes the bomb squad.
I need the bomb squad because, man, Jesus Christ, I was just going to pass it up. Thanks a lot, Mark.
Sorry. I told you not to read it.
I think
but you told me what he said.
I think Mark likes setting us off.
God damn it, Mark.
So you'd never thought that there was a Jack Kirby?
Yeah, well. Yeah, did he really say Ditko drew the cover? I mean, Ditko did a cover that was turned out.
He doesn't. He doesn't mention. He says, "I wanted to show
one of them.
Show the reader that he can
DJ Ronnie D.
It's like Stan had nothing to do with that cover.
DJ Ronnie D. Ronnie D. Well, he touched it. Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe. The tractor beams overloaded and shut down during Radine's attack. The 2 Orion vessels. Hey, again, vessels. No, Chekhov says vessels. Nuclear vessels are free and descending to the planet. I'm disappointed in you guys for missing that. With Radine's, see, they get the other words. See, they get anyway. Screw that.
It's just not showing the care and attention that you expect from somebody who loves Star Trek.
No.
But can we just talk about how the fact that the page is nice though?
Which page?
The page is nice. Like
It's
just like
good,
when
yeah, it's a good looking page. Yeah.
when you look at the page full,
Yes, yes.
like Larry and I are looking at it full, it's just a very pleasing looking page.
Yes,
I don't think Sulu looks like Sulu, but in on the left or on the right. But like when you're seeing this in real life, like it just looks, yeah, it's just a very pretty page.
Chapel got young. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So here you go. Screw loose to engineering. Scotty, do we have power for transporters? Almost, Mr. Screw loose. But still trying to pick up the pieces down here. We didn't say that in the just because he said that in the motion picture, why would he say that?
Yeah, it's
I can have full power to transporters in a few minutes.
fanfic.
Few minutes. Exactly. I miss the screw loose. I'm on it. Lord, it's like Jim Kirk never left. You
And I take exception with that. Do not ever compare Screw Loose to Jim Kirk and act like Scotty wouldn't miss the captain.
Scotty never would.
Never. Scotty would never say that. But can we talk about the next panel underneath it? That's what it's called, right? The next panel?
Yes,
God,
ma'am.
it's nice. It's really pretty.
This is pretty good right here with the
like when you're imagining the Orion Syndicate. You know, you got to do what Gene Roddenberry did, and that is leverage the cartoon, leverage the comic over what can be achieved in reality. And look at that woman. She's like, she's almost like Grace Jones. Look at how powerful and beautiful and green, and look at the heavy gauge of her piercings and her jaw. And that guy has a fold in the back of his head. That's a meathead right there. You don't want to get punched by that guy. And the other guy's got a lunchbox head with a neck that looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger's thighs in the 70s. I mean, this is a really, really nice panel. Like, this is how I imagine visiting a pit in the Orion Syndicate. I mean, minus everyone being in cages. I'm just saying this is super cool and the art's really nice.
I don't know. I'd rather have an Orion slave girl. Yeah.
This is true, but it just goes to show that.
No, I got you.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, and then look at his face here. Like, how can someone who's so capable of such wonderful things shite the bed in so many other cases? Look at the guy in the background on that panel. Yeah, that one down.
Him?
No, go down a little bit, Clubby. The next one, yeah, where his face is all meaty. Look at the guy in the background.
Oh yeah.
Like,
got a Klingon
this
beard.
is nice art.
He did a decent job.
He does, and he has moments where he just shines, and then the rest of the time it's like Mark said, like he's in a hurry, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. He wasn't. Well, they always are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then on the other hand, you have pages like this that are a mess.
Oh, this is terrible. And not only is it super noisy, but it's not good.
Yep.
And what's going on in the third panel? If you go, so you go 1, 2 to the right, and then the one in the middle. Look, like they all look like, what's going on with their crotches? They all look like they're wearing adult diapers. What's happening with that guy, the third from the left?
Oh, wow. I didn't want to look at that. Thank you. Wow. Could have done without that.
What's going on there, you know? Do your blanks hang low? Can you flop them to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? I mean, come on, get out of here. And why are his knees so low? Why are his knees so low? Those are the longest thighs I've ever seen in my life. Anyway.
Oh my goodness, I don't know.
Like, you just have such a great panel, like a great page, and then
I can't believe something as disgusting as this could be of such galactic importance. Disgusting? How dare you? Captain Radine, we're having some difficulty removing the creature.
Mm-hmm.
These crystal protrusions extending from the walls, the creature is attached to them anyway. They're about to be in trouble. Because they've got the creature, and this is a pretty nice, well-colored page here.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
What the? No! Scream!
Mm-hmm. This is where it starts to give me Farpoint Station vibes.
Yes. Yes. They've been
This
watching.
is where it totally turns to Farpoint Station, and you're like, oh, you had this great idea, and then
they've been watching a lot of what is it? TNG.
Yeah, these are hardcore TNG fanfickers.
Yeah, fickers. So anyway, there you go. They went down to the planet. He got to look at the crier. It's trembling. The crier defends itself against the stupid Orions.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably crying, screaming in pain after a piece of itself was cut open, as if this entire cavern was one big organism. Oops! Look, the crier. Something is happening to it. Something's happening to the whole place. Mm-hmm. Then it's beautiful. Better get your butts out of there. Mm-hmm. Mark from afar. Let's get out of here anyway. So, like you said, kind of a far point type thing.
Yeah, we get a far point freeing here.
Yep.
It's transmitting itself away because it says humans are annoying. Humanoids are annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I said, we're a subspace radio signal, but where could it be going? Anywhere away from humanoid wieners. That's why. As far away from here as it can get, I would imagine, because humanoids suck. If I don't like being one, I wish I were one of those things. Where there'll be nothing but itself and any passing subspace signals it can feed upon. Terrible. Looks intelligent. Yeah, it looks intelligent to me.
Yep. And absolutely terrible art.
It lives on the messages that we sentient beings send. Like it keeps saying it's not sentient. Beings send each other across space, but having finally met us, well, I think it's had enough of what we call civilization. All right, all right, wait a minute. I'm going to apply this to the word sentient.
They don't know what the word means.
The word sentient to what these guys are saying.
Inconceivable. 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 Inconceivable.
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Do they mean intelligent life?
I mean, it is sentient.
I think a dog or a cat is sentient, right? I mean, it just depends. I mean, it's clearly
it's
alive.
An organism.
It's alive.
It's a being. I mean, you guys never watched Star Trek. I mean, you watched it, but did you watch it?
Exocomps are sentient life.
Exocomps, yeah. I mean, good lord.
But this is what I'm saying. It's TNG fanfic. These guys are fanfickers.
Remember Well, yeah, but that was TNG, so they didn't even learn from that. I mean, what was the TNG? The episode with wasn't there like sand?
Yes.
Beings like calling humans bags of mostly water.
Yes, ugly bags of mostly water.
There's a Blake 7 episode with living sentient vampiric sand called Sand. Anyway, so Enterprise log stardate 7797.1. Hike. We are en route to Paradise number 4 to pick up Captain Jerk and his party of jackasses on their silly ass diplomatic mission. When we had all the fun and they had to sit around getting all the good food and wine and going to the strip. Oh, wait a minute. They had the more fun. Sorry. They had the more fun. Damn it. Remnants of Radine's band of pirates have been taken into custody and brought to Commissioner Gordon while will be turned over to the Federation authorities. Repairs are underway on the Enterprise's damaged systems. Well, wait till the captain sees what I've done to his ship when he gets back. Jesus. But can you guys get that fixed before the captain sees this, please? Please. I mean, I don't want to rush you or anything, but it kind of put me in command, and this is kind of like, it's embarrassing. Your parents leave for the weekend and they trust you with the house, and look what happens. Oh my God, I'm never going to get another command again. Look at this place.
And it's catastrophic too. Like, you have to go to space dock for this. Like,
it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is bad. So
yeah, this is
God,
this is a
those little
space
ships
dog.
did a lot of damage. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a problem for space dog.
Sulu, what'd you do with my ship?
Comes
Yeah,
in there,
exactly.
and Uhura says, "Well, I was supposed to be in command. This is what happens."
Yeah, exactly. Or
This wouldn't
Scotty.
wouldn't
Scotty
happen
was
on-
supposed to be in command here, not
Well, yeah.
Sulu. It was
Right.
supposed to be Scotty, and Scotty would have never have allowed this to happen.
Wouldn't happen with me in command. Is all I'm saying, according to that's what Uhura would have said. But even in like Trek 5, it was kind of he puts Chekhov in command, takes Sulu with him and Spock, and leaves. But Scotty was still on the ship. I mean, Scotty should be. I don't know. At that
It
point,
should be
maybe-
Scotty.
Should be Scotty.
Should
He's
be
a captain.
Scotty.
He's a captain of engineering.
Yeah. And that's what Gene wanted. Gene wanted the highest experts in the chain of command. And so for Gene Roddenberry, it was Captain Kirk, Spock, Scotty, Uhura. Chekhov wasn't anywhere near the top, and certainly neither was Sulu.
Wasn't Scotty a lieutenant commander at that point?
I have no idea because I don't know anything about military stuff. For that, I have to rely on all those engineer guys that I know.
Spock was a commander.
Yeah.
And when he was first officer.
Yep.
And then Scotty was lieutenant commander, I'm pretty sure. Lieutenant Commander Scott. Anyway, also please report that Ensign Omal is recovering nicely. But when the captain sees this ship, he's going to lose his shit. And I'm going to be busted down to Ensign.
And some of the worst art I've ever seen. This does not look like Sulu. It doesn't look like Chekhov, and that does not look anything like Nichelle Nichols. Like, have you actually seen Nichelle Nichols?
I've seen worse panels in this comic than that one, but yeah.
It's bad. It's really like no. It's no.
I've seen a lot worse, so I don't think it's that.
In other Trek comics,
me. I'm sorry.
Stucky's Starbase. Right. I miss Stucky's, Larry. Remember those? Do they have those anymore? You got any Stuckies near you, Larry? I'm just curious. Now Bucky's. It's Bucky's. So Stuckies.
So
yeah, and while that panel, if you go back, Sulu actually looks a little bit like McCoy there when he's sitting down.
That's what I was thinking. He looks
it
like
is a bad
McCoy.
panel.
He has McCoy's.
Yeah, it's a good point.
With this girl eyes.
Yeah, as our as artists always said, drawing a likeness, as Hungry Boy said too, drawing likenesses are some of the toughest things to do. If you're drawing Mr. Fantastic, doesn't always, Mr. Fantastic has a look, but you're not getting it perfect. But the human brain is just so good at picking out, what someone looks like that. It really does mess you up. But the one thing I forgot to point out too was that
what
on one of the pages, they're selling. I love watching the old ads, but they're selling X-Men milestone #1.
Oh, really?
Co-creator Jack Kirby, $100, and below that, Kingpin one shot signed by Stan Lee. Well, John Romita, we love John Romita. $60. I don't know if you caught that.
Wow, Dynamic Forces, yeah.
Yeah, I used to buy a lot of stuff from Dynamic Forces that was signed, and I guess this is before their website is set up. But I just love that scene there. Got 100. Oh, I mean, that would have been a ton of money back then, but to have that signed, I guess that's an alternative, cover or something. And I love that it's more money than the Stan Lee one.
Good.
So we have one more left.
One more issue of that next week. Yeah.
I'm excited about this. So, hey guys, guess what? Clobby got me to read another comic book series. This one was a short one, but it was fun. But only the first one. Was it the first one and the second one? No, just the first one, and this one is good.
Yeah.
And then the rest of them are fanfickers.
Oh well. Sorry, but I thought it'd be fun to read it anyway.
Don't apologize, and I hope we're going to keep on doing this because it's worth it for even one comic. And not only that, I want to own them all because these are the memories that I have with you and Mark. So
I gotta pick one out. Then we gotta get it to you somehow.
Yeah, I've got some stuff ready to send to you soon. So of course,
Debt of honor.
3 years, but yeah,
let's do it all.
Well then, yep.
Let's do it all.
No, but you got to have it because you won't read digital.
Yeah,
so we've got to get it in your hand.
Well, let's just read all the Star Trek and let's just do this until we die.
You got to have.
Well, that could be years.
Let's just do
plenty of it. Yeah.
Yeah, anything that Clubby calls, Mark, we're gonna be here to do it.
Oh, look, I'm game.
I don't plan on dying, right? I live forever, right? Yep.
Good.
But if,
It'll be in the nursing home. It's time for the clubhouse. Roll me over. I gotta finish my Star Trek comic this week.
Anybody got anything else they want to talk about?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
I do have a couple of quick things too.
Well, if you both do, you got to let me go get some drugs then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Can you put
aspirin.
Do you mind adding that to the stage?
Sure. Yeah. Let me do that. I'm just clicking on.
Oh, Mark's got control. So I'll be. Oh yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So Will Wheaton was watching the American news, some sort of like daytime American news show. And there was this guy named Larry David. I don't know who he is or where he's from.
I love Larry David. Oh, it's the most.
Okay, well, I don't watch television.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's one of my favorite all-time shows, and
cool.
The last season just launched. Oh, it's phenomenal.
Okay, so that guy was on another stage, I think, waiting to be interviewed, and they had Elmo and Elmo's dad on the show behind the Chesterfield. Well, they were talking about, like mental health, Elmo and his dad. And so, this guy, Larry David, I think he's a comedian.
He's the co-creator of Seinfeld.
Okay, so he gets up because the Elmo thing is so annoying that he gets up and he chokes the Elmo puppet the same
That's
way.
Larry David. Yes.
The same way as like Homer chokes Bart. That's another show I don't watch, but at least I know that from memes. Anyways, then he pats Elmo on the head and walks away. And I saw it. I don't watch American news, but I saw the clip of it and I laughed hysterically.
Is this a parody? Like, is he writing this as a comedic? I'm skipping ahead. Is this a joke?
He's dead serious. So I'm going to read it for you all. And this was Will Wheaton's reaction to Larry David with the cheesy Elmo toy, the Elmo puppet being ridiculous and cringy. So I heard about Larry David assaulting Elmo on live television. This is a man's hand up inside of a puppet assaulting Elmo on live television, but didn't watch until now because I knew it would upset me. Well, you're very fragile. Holy shit! It's even worse than I thought. What the fuck is wrong with that guy? Elmo is like the best friend to multiple generations of children. In Sesame Street universe, Elmo is a child who is currently putting mental health and caring for others in the spotlight. And Larry, Fucking David, did that and thought it was going to be funny. What an a-hole. What a stupid, self-centered, tone-deaf a-hole. Full disclosure, all the time when I was growing up, my dad would grab me by the shoulders and shake me while he screamed in my face. He choked me more than once. He was always out of control, always in a furious rage, and always terrifying. I am a 51-year-old boy. Sorry, excuse me. I'm a 50-year-old man, and my heart is pounding right now, recalling how I felt when I was a little boy who loved Grover the way kids love Elmo. Oh, the way today's kids love Elmo. This is appalling, unforgivable, despicable act. Hits more than one raw nerve for me. And I'm going to say that I wish I'd been able to say when this sort of thing happened to me. Larry David, this is not okay. And your obviously insincere apology clearly communicates that you just don't get it. No, that you don't get it. Sorry. First of all, you aren't even in the segment, but you decided to barge in and draw focus because why? You couldn't stand that a puppet brought people together in a meaningful way that you can't. You couldn't stand that your appearance on national television to promote your wildly successful series was delayed for a few seconds while the adults talked about mental health. You wanted to manufacture a viral moment where everyone gets to see what an a-hole you are, so they'll tune in and watch you portray an a-hole in the last season of your show that celebrates how great it is to be an a-hole without ever experiencing the consequences of being an a-hole. I really want to know what raced through his tiny mind and why there was no voice or person who spoke up to stop him from expressing violence towards a children's puppet who was there to talk about how his love and empathy for people having a tough time mattered and made a difference. Elmo and his dad were there to talk about empathy, love, kindness, and caring for each other. Larry David was there to promote the final, thank God, maybe he'll go away now, season of a television series. Like, read the room, D-I-C-K head. It isn't always about you being the center of attention, and understand what's happening in the moment, F-U-C-K-O. Understand that there are larger things in the world than you and your garbage ego. So I just wanted to say that, wow, blow dart level meds. I can't believe that this is a 51-year-old man reacting to a skit, like just a little improv skit. And I just want to let Will Wheaton know right now that Elmo is not real.
He's not? Wait. What?
Elmo is not real.
I'm going to start to cry now.
I know, I understand. But Elmo is not real. I also want Will Wheaton to know that Alf is also not real. Alf is not real.
What?
Grover is not real. Elmo is not real. And I would like to commend Larry David for walking over to the saccharine sweet oversell of Elmo and just giving him a little squeeze and then a little pat in the head. It was funny. Get over yourself. Yeah. I don't know what to say about this stuff. Like, it's such an overreaction. Okay, so do I think that it's great that Elmo got choked on TV? Well, probably not.
He didn't get choked, first of all.
Well, he walked over and he grabbed him by the throat and then patted his head.
I got the clip. I mean, it's hysterical.
I watched.
It's all a joke.
Well, I laughed too. But okay, so let's say you're a mom at home and your toddler says, "What's that guy doing to Elmo?" I get it, but
why are you watching the Today Show as a kid too? Right? I mean,
yeah. Well, this is the thing that I'm thinking of, right? And not only that, this is such an overreaction and an overcorrection and such a personalization of not only this man's relationship to this fellow Larry David, but also to Elmo, and then to tell this kind of a story like this, like to dump all of that onto Larry David. I don't even know who Larry David is, but it's just,
he's one of my heroes.
The thing I don't understand is why would this guy make this profanity laced, diatribe and deliver it in this way and reveal such a vulnerable and private moment, and also express such incredible fragility in reaction to it. Who does this guy think he is? Like,
I think there's a lot going on there to unpack. I mean, try to be fair to Will Wheaton, he's obviously been traumatized, but to tie that into Elmo, just change the channel then, or to have that reaction. I mean, yeah, there are abusers out there. There are people who've been horrible, and as a kid he wasn't treated right. It sounds like, according to him, I haven't heard his father's point.
But what does that have to do with Larry David?
Yeah, well, the problem is
pulling a gag on a puppet.
People love to project what's happening on the small little television tube onto their lives, or to claim that they're a victim, or they're seeking justification or sympathy. But you don't need to do that with that. Just write your book or get out there and talk about it. Don't tie in. When you watch the clip, it's obviously just Larry David having fun. And if you know Larry David, it's much about nothing. It's innocuous comedy, but he does get into some serious issues if you've watched the show in terms of racism and classism, the environment, whatever. But it's always and he's always politically incorrect in some ways. That's the problem with comedy today. Some lines you can't cross, and yeah, Elmo was sacred, right? Yeah, you can't. But that's what.
But
Like
is
Larry David's
Elmo
the guy in
sacred?
the
I'm sorry. Is
quote unquote.
Elmo
Well, you
sacred?
can't say. I'm doing quote unquote. But then that's what a comedian's there to, to knock that down or make fun of that. So like Larry David's the guy in the one of the episodes in an ice cream shop, and woman is sampling every flavor, and she's like, I'd like to try the vanilla, and he yells at her, who the F samples vanilla? He's that guy, that's that annoying guy that maybe you're too polite to say something, but he's gonna say something. Like the opening season was brilliant. The episode that they just had on Curb Your Enthusiasm was just, I mean, some people hate it. He is an annoying guy, but it's just, that's what a comedian's there for, to throw rocks into glass houses and let you examine.
Well, yeah, but never mind
society.
that guy. Never mind that guy. The thing that I'm freaked out about here is that this Will Wheaton guy wrote this horrible, profanity-laced letter, and
it's pathetic.
Can you imagine if he got triggered by Bugs Bunny, or if he got triggered by like Looney Tunes, or if he was triggered by like some old Popeye or something? I mean, this is a pretend world for children, right? And we saw some pretty scary things when we were young. I mean, what does he think of Tom and Jerry? Is Tom and Jerry deranged, appalling, unforgivable, and despicable? Yes. I mean,
abuse of mice.
My worry here is that people have become so fragile. And in a way that's not healthy for them, to project such an acute vulnerability, as to put themselves in harm's way, mentally and emotionally. Like I just it blows me away. Somebody needs to go to Will and say, look, Will, like Larry David messing around with a puppet on an adult morning news show doesn't mean that it's time for you to do full disclosure about child abuse, because Elmo is not a child. Elmo is a puppet. And there was a time in history when kids were watching Punch and Judy. Like, kids were watching Punch and Judy. So yeah, anyway, I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked that somebody went to this amount of trouble. And he's trying to exemplify his goodness and his uprightedness and what a genteel and marvelous person he is. And here he is, like, just swearing his head off and just attacking. Yeah, it's crazy.
He's been a nut for a long time, and he does that. By the way, Radioactive, hello there. And Lemon Pie, hey.
Hey, guys.
Hey there, welcome. No, you're absolutely right to bring this up, because it's not about Larry David. This is about this moron who can't take a joke. It's about his fragility. And look, I don't know. He has a history of this kind of garbage, attacking people in a nasty way because they have opinions that he doesn't like. Much less going after somebody because they made a freaking joke about a puppet.
It's a 4-second clip. Here it is. I clipped it.
Yeah, play it, please.
Whole time. So I mean, come on.
That's all he did.
That's all he did.
I didn't see it. I didn't. God. When I watched the clip, I didn't see it close
up. It's 4 seconds. That's a joke. The whole thing's a joke.
Yeah. Okay. So now I see what you're talking about, because when I saw it, I was
smiling when he's doing it.
I was watching it when it was super tiny on X, and I think it was in 360, and I didn't see that he just grabbed him by the head. So there was absolutely no joke. Oh my God!
He's playing around for fun. That's Larry David shtick.
So he just grabbed him by the head like you would a little kid who wouldn't shut up.
Well, yeah, and Elmo would drive you crazy. I mean,
yeah,
after listening, I know kids like him and love him, but I
wouldn't call that assault, and I wouldn't call that choking.
No, it's a comedian having fun.
Yeah, and it
I've
is
got
a
a-
puppet. It's a puppet.
You want to hear Exhibit B? We've got another bit of fragility out there.
Sure.
Eternals actor star. Remember the movie, the brilliant movie, The Eternals?
Yeah.
Marvel. It's a Marvel movie. Hell, piece of garbage. Kamal Najahani, or whatever, the guy from Eternals, admits that he had to seek counseling over bad reviews of the movie.
Get out of here.
I swear to God.
No way.
Get out of here. These
Counseling.
people are nuts.
Counseling because of movie critics and fans, I guess. I'm sure you blame the fans. There it is.
I've never heard of this person.
It's a stupid movie called
Criticism had little to do with actual quality of the movie. Well, the movie sucked.
No, it's a piece of garbage.
I mean, it doesn't mean that you were a bad actor.
By the way,
the movie
he's
sucked.
the only thing. He was actually mildly amusing in the movie. Everyone else,
Yeah.
But these people, they're attracted, like a lot of people with like narcissistic personality disorder, they're very attracted to the whole idea of being famous and acting and being actors and politicians and some of them even physicians. So, it doesn't surprise me that somebody would be like, I don't know. It's like narcissistic injury. You can say the smallest thing, and if it hurts their ego, they fall apart. But like the fragility is out of control. Like we have to get this under control.
Dude,
this is ridiculous.
He needs to just go back to White Castle.
Don't be in movies. That's not the Helmut Kumar guy. Is that Kumar? It's a different guy. Hey, don't be in movies. You can't take a bad review. But nobody, by the way, all the reviews I saw, because I saw the piece of shit movie too, nobody really said much about him. They said the movie sucks. Because guess what? Eternals is a bad, and I mean a bad movie. It's horrible. You saw it, Mark. Even the nicest guy in the world, Mark, hated it.
Yeah, it's boring as hell,
he's nice to every movie, just about.
Think about the hundreds of actors and actresses that have won Razzies.
Oh, we put him in the hospital, I guess.
Like we have to stop allowing these people
Anxiety.
to make us responsible for their internal dialogue. It's one thing not to hurt someone's feelings, but it's entirely another to be walking around making sure that you don't upset that person. And it's quite devious and manipulative to assume that every single thing that people say and do and think is about you and can cause you narcissistic injury to the point where you're hysterical and you need therapy, or you write a hateful letter. I cannot believe that I saw that Elmo thing from far away and I thought he did grab him, but all he did was smoosh his face. He didn't do anything violent to Elmo.
Nothing. It was
He smooshed his face.
Well, look, Will Wheaton's been a psycho for a long time. He's been fighting with fans forever. And look, I don't care how bad. I know he got treated badly by some fandoms and stuff early on in the early days of when it was on TNG and all that stuff. And so it wasn't right to treat a kid like that just because he was a sucky character. But he's just a kid. He got offered. I mean, any other kid would have taken that role too. But he became a nasty piece of work. And I guess he blames that. I don't know what he blames it on. Because ever since the advent of social media, he has been on social media being an absolute shithead.
Well, it sounds like
he was young and he was leaving TNG, though. He was extremely rude about it. He gave one interview where he said something along the lines, and you'd have to look it up to confirm his exact wording, but something along the lines of, "It's time for me to move on. I was in Stand By Me, and now I'm doing this television thing, but you will never find me at one of these Star Trek conventions talking about the good old days and signing autographs." I mean, he said pretty much that, but I'm paraphrasing here. You have to go and get his exact words, but he said that. At least that's what's been reported. And that's a pretty bad way to leave a TV show. To say that, you're basically saying, that you're a real actor and that you're not going to wind up being a has-been who has to work the convention circuit signing, talking about the good old days of Star Trek, reminiscing the good old days of Star Trek. And I've read in several places that that's what he said. So he is a little punk.
He's a
Well, I think part of it is it sounds like he had a horrible family life, and he's putting that in this diatribe. And
Right.
I think, he's lashing out, and, God bless him is my view. If he's that tortured, I don't wish ill on anyone. And he did get abused as that character Wesley Crusher, but it's not him, it's the writers. But of course that falls on the actor. Like Kamal, I thought he was great in Silicon Valley, and he wasn't terrible in Eternals. It's just none of the actors.
Nobody went after him. The movie was
no
bad.
It's just, I could see where, yes, if you do something, you work on a project,
counseling.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a Hollywood person.
How about get a real job? You're pretending for a living.
I know, but I'm just saying, in this world, I mean, there's a lot of people that go to therapy and he worked out, and he became like a Hugh Jackman type. So I could see where, but if you do go to therapy, maybe he's trying to say go to therapy, but don't say you're going to therapy for bad reviews, because then it comes out the wrong way. But it's always,
it definitely does come out the wrong way, because what is it comes out is do not have any criticism of me. Always give me positive reviews, or I'll call you an abuser. I'll say that it's abusive and that it's destroying my life. And that's not the way the world works. I mean, if you put yourself out there to be famous and to be adored and to be a celebrity, and like, that's the thing. Like, you have to understand that there are going to be people who love you and people who hate you, and the worst of all, the people who are totally apathetic to you and they have no opinion on you one way or the other. Here, this guy's going to get counseling. Like, think about real problems, like people with real problems.
Yeah, like I always tell my scouts, so I got to say that, hey, if you're out there, you do have problems, go seek someone out or seek therapy. The problem is when you have someone like this, and I'm just guessing this is the headline. I'm just wondering how, maybe this is the headline is. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh,
but
you're thinking it might be clickbait.
Yeah, it could be clickbait. I mean, what did he really say in this article? Because I didn't read it. But I mean, it's not a bad, it's not totally wrong to say, hey, if you're feeling bad or things are down or something you work so hard on, goes bad, reach out to a friend or reach out to someone. But you don't want to see that headline where it's, big, huge Hollywood stars that's worth millions, it's going to therapy for reviews versus, this project I worked on for years, or maybe I'm not a success like I thought I would be, and I'm having self-doubt. I mean, that only shows that you're human. So on that front, I don't think that's a bad message.
But can you make the public at large, the entire public at large, responsible for your intimate life and your intimate feelings? Like, if you're fragile,
I'm agreeing with you. But
like, I think you should maybe step away from celebrity.
There's a way to word it and say it, I think.
Yeah, like me, I write stories, but I have no desire to be famous. No desire to be a celebrity. I have no desire to be popular. And it's very obvious, because you can tell by the way that I talk that I have no desire to curry favor. But if you put yourself in a position where you want to curry favor, things like that are going to happen to you, right? And it doesn't matter how successful you are. Look at George R.R. Martin. He has people who think that he's a god and he's a marvelous person, but he goes on social media and he talks about his personal and political beliefs, and he's trying to get people to accept him for these deeply held private beliefs, because he's putting it out there on social media. And then he lashes out and says, oh, the fans are toxic. No, it's that you're on social media, and instead of communicating through your work, you're communicating through your personal life to be accepted as a celebrity and to be adored and worshipped and accepted and liked for your personal held, like your deeply personal, intimate feelings and political beliefs. And I just think that that's too much to ask people. I don't think that that's possible or rational. I don't think that's possible for that Kumar fella who I've never heard of. I definitely don't think that that's possible for Will Wheaton. And I don't think that that's possible for George R.R. Martin. But the thing is that there is a power here that people need to address as well. And that is the fact that Will Wheaton has star power, and he's very good at assembling people to castigate and to cancel others. And I don't know the first thing about this Larry David fellow, but I will tell you this, that what I saw on social media today as a social scientist was pretty darn disturbing, because people were making Larry David responsible for Will's feelings and his rage
that's insanity, yeah.
and the child abuse that he allegedly or claims to have endured. That's neither here nor there for me. For me, what it really was is he blew the trumpet to call in the mob to stone Larry David because
one of my
he
favorite
inserted
comedians, God.
himself into a story that just involved Larry David and Elmo getting his face smushed. And I think that that's a dangerous thing because Will Wheaton isn't a victim. He is actually a leader who is wielding power and leading an assault. He assembles an army, the army shows up, and the army makes things happen.
Did
I would
people
have
fall
never
for
have
this one, or-
apologized for what that guy did to that puppet. He squished its face, and he should, because Elmo is annoying. And I remember when middle-aged women...
Oh, the horror of what he did to Elmo.
Yeah, and you remember when middle-aged women were beating the crap out of one another to pay $6,000 to get their kid an Elmo for Christmas because there weren't enough of them made?
Yep.
It's not like Elmo is like...
The Tickle Me Elmo.
Yeah, the Tickle Me. That's exactly it, Mark. So it's
I'm a
not
toy
like
guy,
Elmo
so
is
yeah.
like this marvelous thing. You know, there are kids that could say that they have trauma behind their mom getting beat up at Kmart for Tickle Me Elmo. Like, let's back away from the fragility for a minute. Elmo isn't Jesus.
Yep.
Yep.
Anyway,
Terrible stuff.
That's my take, and I don't even know the Larry David fella. I don't even know if he's funny. All I know is what
he's
he did is not
hysterical.
assault.
He's amazing.
Yeah. And it's not very nice for somebody like Will Wheaton to say, look, I'm your avatar. I will stand up here against injustice. Assemble behind me while we cancel this guy. And to so overstate what he did.
Oh, I thought it was a joke when I started reading it ahead. I thought it was a joke. A joke he was writing that, like an April Fool's joke or something.
No. And now I feel
All right,
embarrassed
Don.
that I watched the video on X in 360 because when I saw him grab him by the face, I like it was so small and the resolution was so low that I thought he did grab Elmo by the throat, but he didn't. He smushed Elmo's face. Oh my God.
All right, Don, take it easy, buddy.
Take care.
Good night, Don. Anyway.
Well, here you go. And again, before we get out of it, the other guy, I was just going to say that if you can't take bad reviews, maybe you don't need to be in movies. It's pretty fragile. Look, he probably isn't the first actor who had to go seek therapy because people didn't like his little movie or whatever. But he's probably usually, if you're doing that, don't admit it in public. Don't bring it out. I mean, you want everybody to feel sorry for you, I guess. And it's just. I don't know. A lot of actors, that's what's an occupational hazard, isn't it? I mean,
yep.
Hey, but it's an occupational hazard for us all. We're all going to face a boss that says you did a shite job last week. You have to do a better job. Like, we also can't tell the public that when you're pretending for the corporation, please don't say anything negative. Otherwise, I'm going straight to the psychiatrist. Like, what kind of a thing is that to say? Like, I'm sorry, if you do a shite job, I'm going to say so. I don't care how fragile you are. You pretend for a living.
Oh boy, crazy stuff! I'll tell you. Anyway. Well, number one,
I do have a couple. I know I got a couple 2-second things I showed last night, but
okay, it's getting late.
I just want to. I know it's getting late, but this will be very fast. But I want to show Raquel what I got and everyone else. So
I'm going to be in trouble. Minutes. It's already 12 o'clock.
Well, you'll like this. You'll like this.
I tried. You got to admit, I tried.
You did try. You did try. But here, I just bought this the other day. Unfortunately, it's sold out. I tweeted out and put a notice into my Patreons that this is available. That one. This is a special order, incredibly high quality artwork's been remastered by Matt Ferguson, nice. And I just got another one from Vice Press, and R&B had gotten one as well, show that what I'd gotten. But this poster, I thought it was made out of cardboard. It was so damn thick when I opened it.
Oh wow, really?
I couldn't believe how thick it was. It's like almost an eighth. It's like.
Is it vinyl?
It's not vinyl, but it's. I can't show it because it's it's all rolled up back in the tube.
Yeah.
But not this one. The other con one I got.
You know that I started ordering vinyl so that it can be in the basement and I don't have to worry about like moisture. I've been ordering vinyl posters now. Oh, that's beauty.
This is
That's
what I got in
beauty.
the mail 2 days ago.
Get
from
out of
England.
here.
It's gorge. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
And
gorge.
it's still for sale. I'll put in the link where it's available. But
That
this,
is
I couldn't
absolutely
believe it. I'm
gorgeous.
like, oh my god, this is so thick. I've never had a poster. The Mondo ones are pretty thick, like the one we got Clobberin Times. That's pretty high quality too. But this is and this is such a cool poster for cons. So this Vice Press, they're redoing. They've got a whole line of Star Trek posters. A lot of them maybe you wouldn't want to see, but
52
and
bucks. That's
I'll
really
put the link.
expensive for
I'll
Canadians.
put the shipping wasn't bad. It was $18 international, which is not
Yeah,
cheap.
Mark, those are gorgeous.
But this the quality of the poster, and the Vice Press actually retweeted my tweet about it, which is pretty cool.
Oh, congratulations.
Which was fun. Yeah.
You're a connoisseur.
Yeah, I'm kind of just
Yeah,
gorgeous.
Rod Thunderheart, I just want to make it clear that it's okay if Will Wheaton complained. I don't mind if Will Wheaton complains. It's not my place to tell Will Wheaton whether or not he can complain. It's that Will Wheaton has like a cheer squad behind him, and he totally overdid it with swearing and tying it to child abuse and making it seem as though Larry David is a child abuser who's just like his dad, who was an abuser, and getting all of those women all upset today on social media, and all these people saying all these terrible things about this comedian guy who literally did nothing but squish a puppet's face. So it's just, to me, I think it's kind of scary, because I don't see Will Wheaton as a victim. I see him as the aggressor. I see him as the villain. And it's really important that he starts to learn to see himself that way too. Because when you blow the trumpet and you call the army to assemble against someone on social media, and you make it about your own child abuse, something that has nothing to do with you, you are really effed in the head, and you should stop doing that. That's not good.
Yep.
True. Absolutely. Well said.
Crazy stuff. Yep. So so I'll post the link in here for these posters, and this one is actually still available. I don't know if it's an American website that has it now, so I'll put that in. And final note: if this is probably one of the greatest half hours or 22 minutes on TV ever, look up The Ski Lift by Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm, season 5, episode 8. I almost died watching it. It's so freaking hysterical. It's just a ridiculous episode, and I mean, it's just it's got to be some of the greatest stuff. So yeah, a lot of people can't stand Larry David, but he fakes hitting a rabbi's car so he can get Richard Lewis, the comedian, a kidney transplant, and what transpires is just unbelievable. But I'll stop talking now, but go watch that episode. I almost died watching it.
Well, I'm an hour and 15 over, so I gotta scoot right now. But can I just say, I love every second of it, and I wish I could stay for 2 more hours. And Rod Thunderheart, I love you, buddy.
Any closing words, or
I know, you know what, I'm not going to do that because I'm way over time. It's a school night, so everyone's waiting on me to go to sleep.
I got
so
you.
I gotta scoot, but I just want to say, Mark, you are such a good buddy. Thank you for always being my Scotty. I just love you like a brother. Thanks, man. And I just want to say to the chat, thank you everybody for your company tonight. I love you guys. We had a great time. I just love hanging out with all of you, and I loved all of your messages. And Clobby, sweetheart, I love you very much. Good night, honey.
Love you. Good night. See you Saturday. All right, everybody. Let's see here. We're going to get out in pretty short order. So I want to thank you all for hanging with us tonight. Appreciate you. And Mark, any closing words you might have?
It was just a lot of fun. A lot of fun tonight. A lot of fun.
It was fun.
I'm going to try to do something, another Sunday night eatery. Maybe I'll do a Sunday night eatery show before the Super. I wonder if I'm going to try to do maybe live streaming from before the kitchen, making my chili. Yeah, on Saturday maybe. Might do some cooking stuff, food stuff, and then we'll do the regular Sunday night. But I want to might do like, a getting ready for a tailgating episode. And I'm supposed to take down the Christmas tree and put away all my Star Trek ornaments, but before my wife gets back from her trip. So but hopefully I'll have some time to do that. But that might be fun to do. But yeah, look for Sunday Night Geek. We'll probably do it like 11 o'clock, I think, is when the sports ball game is over. But I'll post it on Twitter and all the social medias. But it was great hanging out with everyone tonight, and the chat was awesome tonight. It was a lot of fun. So,
well, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Shout outs. Let's see. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Standard Eastern, 6 p.m. Oh, I can't get my time zones right anymore. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central. On the Great J Man's channel, we will be reviewing, back to our Frank Miller reviews, Fearless Fridays. J Man and Sean and myself reviewing one of the greatest comics runs of all time by the great Frank Miller and Daredevil. Then after that, I should be hanging out with the Comic Shop Boys at 8:30 Central. The Friday Night Comic Shop Talk Game with my good buddy Nick Wickweiser's channel. Saturday night, we have the Saturday Night Star Trek, same correct time, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, same Clubby channel. Beginning season 5 of Star Trek Voyager, and with 4 more episodes. And then Monday, it's back to Earth B with my channel here at a special time, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, when J-Man joins me. It's Superman month, so we have a very special Bob Haney story for you. Super Sons, wow, it's a classic. Blah, blah, blah. The wackiness will be off the chart, I promise. And then later at 9, the regular time for Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk, 9 p.m. Central, my buddy Carlos joins me to review the classic Alan Moore masterpiece from Superman Annual number 11, For the Man Who Has Everything. And we planned to do that a year ago, didn't get it done, so we've saved it for the following Superman month. Superman month it is. And then, of course, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm always at 6 o'clock, always hanging out at Tom's Midnight Eds After Dark. And sometimes at Loki's on the Comic Rail Table on Wednesday nights. And then Wednesday night for the wild card, it'll be 9 p.m. Central. The great Max Redstone joins me to discuss, because he's always wanted to argue about, the Superman 2 Lester cut and maybe a little bit of the Donner cut coverage as well. That's, again, our Clobber Time's own Music Meister will join me. Looking forward to finally getting a chance to hang out with him. And then, of course, it'll be back to the clubhouse like we are tonight, and round and round and round. So I want to thank you all for being here with me tonight. It has been a fantastic pleasure to have the most wonderful first officer in the fleet and the greatest chief engineer as well. Our wrenches, of course, Eric K., Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thoth, J-Man, Maddie's daddy, Cal L., Fady Outsidey, Hungry Boy, Max Redstone, and Larry. And everyone, we've been here for about 4 hours, so all I can say is, hey, TJC, what's up? Good morning, good to see you. I'll go ahead and just say thank you all for being here tonight. We'll get you all shouted out again on Saturday night, do it proper. So, because it took so many, we've been here so long, it's been 4 hours, so I'd have to take forever to say all the goodbyes. Needless to say, I thank you all, and anyone who lurked or is watching this on a download, thank you. So everyone, have a fantastic weekend, my dear friends, clobbers and clobberweights. Good night, everybody.
me.
I just love clobbering time.